to win just as hard. The DP World Lions women's team are hosting the Free State Knights, and the DP World Lions have won the toss and elected to bowl first. I'm Ken Borland, and it's a very big welcome alongside me to Odwa Bata.
Thank you. Good morning, Ken. Good morning to all our viewers at home. It looks a very, very different day today. I mean, we're all expecting sunny days and a perfect outing today, but you know, overcast conditions with the Lions bowling first really should be a good one.
And it is Proteas star Ayabonga Kaka who gets us underway, bowling to Yolandi Potgieter. Not surprising, I guess, with the heavy cloud cover that the Lions won the toss and elected to bowl first. I think it might be one of those days, though, where the sun will eventually burn away the clouds, and this afternoon might be quite nice.
Oh, definitely. But then again, you know, it's very not surprising to bowl first on this wicket. But also, you know, given the actual condition of the pitch, it looks a very, very good wicket out there. And maybe the decision to bowl first might actually be very productive today with all this cloud cover here.
Yes, our fellow commentator, Aya Mjoli, the former Lions cricketer, as well as 5 other provinces he played for. He's had a look at the pitch. Again, tidy in-swing from Ayabonga Kaka, cramping the batter. And Ayam Yoli was just saying he had a close-up look, and it looks pretty flat to him. The bowler in him wasn't too keen on this pitch, but obviously Aya will join us later, and he'll give us more detailed thoughts on that. Fuller from Kaka, Potgieter, very watchful here in this first over.
I'm seeing how she's actually setting up Potgieter. She's just watching the ball onto the bat, just trying to play herself in, just trying to see if there's actual initial swing here, given the overhead conditions. But Kaka's still maintaining that line and length. It's actually perfectly coming into the batsman. She's just cramping her up for room.
Yeah, Ayabonga Kaka getting nice movement, swing into the right-handed batter in this first over. These two teams met in the very first round of the Hollywoodbets Pro50 back on the 5th of October, and the DP World Lions were triumphant on that occasion. Fuller, but that's going to end a very tidy maiden over by Ayabonga Kaka.
It really looks a really good day to actually be bowling first today. But, you know, you will never really certain until both teams actually bat on the same wicket. But for now, it's an excellent start from Ayabonga Kaka with that maiden over to start things up. She's also easing herself into the stride of things. But we'll just see how the game actually progresses from here.
So that previous meeting back in October in the first round, the Lions, the DP World Lions, won that match by a whopping 116 runs in Bloemfontein. They batted first and made 296 for 7. Karaba Miso, the star of that innings, a brilliant 128 runner ball knock, the fastest 100 in the competition so far, off just 111 balls. And it's going to be very exciting to have Karaba Miso in this game again, fresh from her successful Under-19 World Cup.
And it really was a successful World Cup for them. Her and Faye Cowling were actually stepping up for the Proteas Under-19 on each of those games in that World Cup. It was actually fantastic to watch. These ladies really are talented, and they're young, so all of this, they have all this time to actually mature in the game itself and actually just become better and better.
Speaking of Faye Cowling, you can see her head there at the bottom of your screen. She's going to open the bowling from the call-it drive end. To Veronissa Reddy.
Very, very, very some little movement out there outside the off stump. You actually just see the length was perfect, just the line was a bit too offside on that occasion, but the ball then just still drifting away from it. But she's going to look to maybe tighten that angle a little bit more, so that when she does get that purchase off the wicket, it just creates that uncertainty for the batter.
Slip in place for Cowling, as you would expect.
It's a good start. It's a good start to this over for Faye. She's just also trying to follow up on what Kaka's already done initially in that first over. Just to try and be tight. Don't give too much away. Make sure that the batsman actually plays at the ball.
And right up there to the batter. Faye Cowling has actually been in really good all-round form for the DP World Lions in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. She's got the best strike rate in the competition, 151.89. She's scored 120 runs in 3 innings, and she's also the 5th highest wicket taker with 7 wickets. And there's another one, straight through, ready, beautifully bowled.
Ken, before that ball was going to be bowled, I was talking about, on that note, of her just looking to get more wickets. But that's a fantastic line. She does come up closer, as what we spoke about earlier on in the innings. She targets that off stump. It's a perfect length. And then, boom, right at the top of the wicket. Fantastic bowling. Fantastic bowling first time. The Lions lose their first, and the Knights lose their first wicket, and still no runs on the board.
Yeah, it's been the perfect start for the DP World Lions. Kaka beginning with a maiden, and then Faye Cowling getting the early wicket bowling. Veronissa ready for a duck. She's really has been one of the Knights' better batters this season. 18th in the batting averages with 1.5 century. But unfortunately, she's gone for a duck today, which is going to bring Mian Smith to the crease. The 20-year-old played for the SA Under-19s in 2022-23. She has 3 50s to her name in this format, high score of 91. So clearly no mug with the bat.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Listening to those numbers, you just think this is a really good batsman. But on Aya's note earlier on about the pitch, it just does look like a good day to be bowling first out there. Smith looking ready to just face up against his first delivery. And the 5th ball of this over from Faye Cowling. She's also looking at a wicket maiden here.
Okay, just ducking it back into the right-hander. Smith, very watchful defence.
What a start. What a start this is so far for the DP World Lions. You just look at the conditions. Yes, it's favourable to be bowling first, but at the same time, you still need to execute those plans. You still need to hit the mark, and you still need to be bowling well in order to get wickets and actually progress through the game.
And wide by Cowling. I was going to say that in the 11 deliveries we've had so far, Cowling's first ball was probably a bit too wide, off stump wider than you'd like, and now she has bowled a wide. But every other ball delivered this morning by the Lions has been bang on target.
Exactly. And we speak about, carrying the momentum through the phase. I mean, in this initial power play with all these fielders up in the square, you just essentially want to hit those straps early and consistently enough. And then, continue from there.
So, apart from the wide, no runs off the bat yet for the Free State Knights. They are 1 for 1 after 2 overs.
If the Knights really want to get into this game, they really need to now kick on and start scoring runs. They need to look positive more than actually just sitting back on the back foot and defending the bowling that's coming from Kaka and Cowling. They have the opportunity to score, given that we are initially now into the first phase of the power play.
Yeah, I think the early movement that both Kaka and Cowling have got and how accurately they've bowled has made it quite tough for the Knights. They don't want to take too many risks and suddenly find themselves 3 down.
Oh, that's true. You never really want to overplay your hand, but at the same time, you want to actually play against the merit of the ball. It's often a difficult situation when the conditions are against you and then the bowling is actually hitting the straps very nicely, and it's been pitch perfect so far, despite that 1 wide from Cowling in the last over.
Down the leg side, and Potgieter has missed potential run scoring opportunity there with the glance.
Any bet on that? You look at how far square the leg side fielder is there at fine leg. Faye Cowling is very square on the pitch, so any bat on that ball from Kaka would have resulted in a boundary, most definitely. Looks like there might be an issue with the ball here. Kaka's just asking the umpires to have a look. It's interesting this early in the innings that we might have our first ball change.
Very interesting. Umpire Renee Nell standing at the golf course end, just going to discuss with her colleague Nelisiwe Madondo. But maybe it was just some threads that were a bit loose, and umpire Madondo maybe had the scissors to cut them off. Yeah, very early for a
ball
change of ball, and especially since it's actually working well for the bowlers.
Definitely.
It's been swinging. There's that swing again.
I mean, Ken, you look at how interesting it is of this bowling partnership between Kaka and Faye Cowling. Her most casual delivery is for Cowling is actually swinging the ball outside the off stump to the right-handed batsman, and Kaka is simply bringing it in and tightening up that angle to score. So it's not really easy to be, showing hands of the delivery or just playing, because you're not getting that wide length.
Yeah, Kaka, you see again there, she's very wicket to wicket, very much cramping the batters. Her field is set, strong, straight, and there are very short straight boundaries in play here today at the Wanderers. Long boundaries square. Is that? I thought that might have been the
into the gap.
First runs off the bat. Not to be.
We talk about how important it is that she set the field and bowl to that field. I mean, the first over, we didn't actually see a slip in that cordon for Kaka against Potgieter, but now all of a sudden, there's a change in dynamic. She's looking to actually be more attacking. She's dead straight on that wicket length.
Ayabonga Kaka, of course, vastly experienced. She's played 174 matches for South Africa across formats, and in all this day cricket, that's all 50 over cricket, 209 wickets at an average of 23 and an economy rate of just 3.8, which just speaks to what an exceptional bowler she is. The umpires conferring again. I think the ball, bit of an issue, but again, it's given back to Kaka. I'm sure she's happy to keep going with this one. Late swing.
Ball.
And Potgieter manages to dig it out. Back-to-back maidens by Ayabonga Kaka. She's conceded a wide, yeah. She's also conceded a wide. So no runs off the bat yet. It's 2 for 1 after 3 overs.
It was that second delivery in that second over where she got that wide from, but so far so good. I think the DP World Lions will be very happy with the start here. You pick up an early wicket, you start to, just build on the pressure by creating all these dot deliveries, and now it's difficult to score. And the Free State Knights need to actually look at the position to think, we need to actually get some runs here. And with that comes the uncertainty of which balls to play at, which balls to leave, and all of a sudden you'll find yourself maybe 3 down within the power play.
Yeah, it's a difficult balancing act for the Knights, having been sent into bat. You obviously want to be positive and be able to post a decent score, but at the moment the bowlers are holding sway and you don't want to give away your wicket. Oh, that's very wide by Cowling, and unfortunately wicketkeeper Karaba Miso can't get to it. No fault of the keeper there.
I think on that occasion, Faye was just looking to go for that magical delivery of that in-swinging ball, but she kind of just misses the line of it completely, and it just drifts all the way far leg side. Karabo Meso had absolutely no chance of stopping that. And initially in the last over, we spoke about how Faye Cowling was so square at fine leg. Same situation here for her fielder at fine leg, very square, so absolutely no chance to actually even cut that off. 7 runs and none off the bat. It's been an interesting morning.
That's better. The drive comes out from Mian Smith, but she can't make contact. I think your eyes lit up a bit there. She saw an opportunity.
You often talk about the strengths of batters outside that area on the off stump. That was a full length delivery, and she just looked like she wanted to just put that through cover, but unfortunately doesn't get bat to ball on that occasion and just goes straight through to Karabo Meso with an easy cleanup.
It's nice to see. You'll just see her on the left of your screen there at the bottom, Kirsty Thompson at mid-off, a vastly experienced player, and just talking to the bowlers, talking to Faye Cowling quite a bit. Khamotso Rapu, of course, is the captain of this Lions team, but Thompson, an important leader in her own right. Oh, missed out there again, did Smith.
That's a better line than the original wide from the first ball of this over. But it's often a nice to have as a bowler when your skipper is that close to you in that area of mid-on. So you know exactly who you can turn to when you are just kind of unsure of what the plan is and what you need to execute. But so far so good for Faye Cowling this morning.
It might be called, yeah, it is umpire Madondo. Cowling just flirting with that wide line a bit too much outside off stump. 8 extras now. Total 8 for 1.
It's often very interesting. You don't particularly see that a lot. When you see you into the fourth over, you're halfway through the fourth over, there's been no runs off the bat. It's 8 on the board and all of it has been wide.
Smith coming down the pitch a bit. She made good contact, but straight to extra cover.
Always a good idea to try and upset the bowler's length. I mean, it's important to be positive, yes, but at the same time, you need to just look at the opportunities that you have to score. It becomes difficult sometimes when the bowling has been this tight at you, but, you know, we received 8 extras so far, so you just look to try and change the tempo of things.
Yeah, I like that Smith came down the wicket, but then didn't just play a wild, rash stroke. You know, she was positive and aggressive with her footwork, but then still kept her shape nicely and more tried to finesse the ball through the gap. Unfortunately, picked out the fielder. But very often batters come down the wicket and then swipe rather wildly.
You try to go across the line of the ball, and then it just doesn't come out well. Shot.
Slightly overpitched and beautifully put away by Mian Smith. Nicely stroked through cover point for the first runs off the bat, and it's a boundary.
That's exactly the length she was looking for. On that first occasion when she came down the wicket, she was looking to be more aggressive, but the nice thing about it, again, as you've mentioned, she just tried to stroke the ball into that gap. She finds it on that occasion. It's a beautiful shot into the offside, and it results in a perfect boundary.
Yeah, so 12 for 1 after 4 overs, and Smith on 4. Potgieter is yet to score.
Potgieter might just be looking at that opportunity, watching Smith play that shot into the offside. She might just want to also be on the front foot a little bit.
She's played that positively. Nice positive push, but back to the bowler.
It's often difficult to score against Ayabonga Kaka. We know this even in the international setup. We've seen how good she is and that wealth of experience into this line setup. It's actually a perfect balance for her. She's such a really phenomenal bowler.
That's 14 deliveries she's bowled now, and apart from the one wide just down the leg side, every other one has been immaculate, just starting outside that off stump and swinging back into, I guess, a middle and off line.
The ball is really working for her, and so far so good. It's really been a good start for Ayabonga Kaka.
Worked away through mid-wicket, quick single, well judged. And Yolandi Potgieter is off the mark.
Eventually she gets that one, and she just pushes it slightly towards, the umpire there at square leg, and Tasman Brits has to cover that space, but not enough time to actually pick up and throw to actually stop the single from being completed. It's a well-judged run. It's a very good run. It's aggressive running. And that's what you need under these conditions. If the bowling has been tight, you need to actually try and find those singles so that you can rotate strike a lot more than sitting back and watching the dot balls come at you.
We mentioned Karaba Miso being in the team. She's obviously part of the current Protea senior squad. And Tasman Brits, the other current Protea that the Lions are fielding today. Shabnan Ismail and Chloe Tryon are away at the Women's IPL. And Tumi Sekekune, the other Proteas bowler, has a small shoulder injury, which has kept her out of this game. But Coach Sean Pretorius is optimistic that she'll be available next weekend. Nicely worked down to fine leg, just the one.
That was a bit too straight on that occasion, Ken. She's looking to actually stay on attacking the stumps. It's been a good start for Mayabong Akaka, but on that occasion, it's just a little too straight, and it's an easy put away for the single. Faye does cover good ground on that occasion, just trying to run around and get to the ball, and just keeps it down to the single.
With these short straight boundaries, it does mean that your fine leg and your third man have to be quite quick to cover the edges, if you like, the ones that go fine.
Definitely.
Because there's not much space.
And we know how quickly the ball just goes off the bat when it's just going straight down the ground. And here at the Wanderers, we know how quick the outfield is. So it's often very difficult to try and cut off the boundaries here, especially when you're kind of late to move to get to the ball.
Faye Cowling is going to continue from the Call It drive in 2 overs 1 for 11 at the moment. Ayabonga Kaka 3 overs none for 3. DP World Lions winning the toss and bowling first under overcast skies here at the Wanderers, and rightfully so, and they've made a good start with the ball. That's worked nicely behind square by Smith for 1. Starting to get the singles going now, the Knights.
Yes, it's very important. It's very important to build on scoring runs and building on the partnership by rotating strike. You shouldn't get buckled down and just consistently have dot balls being bowled at you. But you look at the conditions right now, the only thing we're hoping for is that the rain stays away. But the Lions will look at this and think 5 overs in, 15 runs on the board, we've already taken a wicket. We could get some more out of this wicket. So really is a good start so far for the DP World Lions.
Yolandi Potkida on strike for the first time against Faye Cowling from the Call It drive in, and you just saw her straight away get off strike. Nice little single through square leg. She looked to be taking a middle and off guard, which is quite trendy these days.
It's an excellent call from Smith to actually deny the second on that occasion. It might have been there opportunistically first up when the ball was just drifting onto square leg, but fielder was very quick to get to the ball there and keep it down to a single.
Oh, it's going to be
wide.
Yeah, wide outside or stump again, and fortunate not to concede the second run with the bye.
It's very important to just maintain your line and length so that you don't give away these extra runs. You look back at it now, 17 on the board, 9 have been extras. It just changes the complexion of the actual scoring of the game.
Again, just waiting for it and nicely turning it away on the onside for the single.
This has been good strike rotation so far, Ken. I think they found that balance now, the Free State Knights. And Smith and Burkhidi are communicating well. They're taking the singles that are on offer, and they're running in between the wickets very well too. There has been no confusion so far about that. And they just continue to just rotate strike. At this point, they can build on that.
Yeah, no bowler enjoys just being milked for ones every delivery. They might just be singles, but you just prefer to be able to bowl at the same batter for for 2 or 3 balls at least. If they're just constantly taking ones off you, it does tend to make a bowler try something a bit different. Maybe move away from her original game plan. Now she aborts there.
And you're right, Ken. When that happens, when they start to rotate strike each and every delivery, you start to now think, what can I do different? And that might actually then breed up a different conversation whereby you offer more opportunities now to score runs because you're trying to search for something that really isn't there. It's often nice to build up the pressure as a bowler against one singular batsman in the over.
Captain might start making changes to the field, that sort of thing. But Cowling looks to be ending the over quite well. A couple of dot balls now.
Starting to drizzle out there. We were worried about the weather. You look around the field, the ground staff is actually in play, holding the covers. We just hope that this doesn't get any heavier than it is right now so that we can just continue with this game.
Pulled away, mighty stroke by Yolandi Potgieter. 6 runs, beautifully put away.
She was waiting for that length, Ken. She was really waiting for that length. And at that point, Cowling delivers just shortish into the wicket and just pulled away into the leg side for 6. What a shot from Potgieter on that occasion. She gets herself going here. 8 runs on the board. It's 24 for 1 after 6 overs. The Free State Knights. So far, so good in this power play now.
Yeah, looking a lot better for them. They've got the run rate up to 4 and over, which is a solid start indeed when you've been sent into bat. And this is very disappointing now. The players are leaving the field because of rain. It's a great pity when any match gets interfered with by the weather, but especially since, due to the peculiarities of the scheduling, the last time the Lions saw action was way back on the 14th of December when they pulled off an excellent, it would have been the 15th of December when they pulled off an excellent T20 win against the previously unbeaten Dolphins in Durban. They're the only team to beat the Dolphins in any format this season, so they're very keen to get back into competitive action. The Knights even more so. Their last game was on the 30th of November. So you can imagine how desperately keen both teams are to get back into action today. But unfortunately, it's the weather that is bossing proceedings at the moment. Just some light drizzle, unfortunately. So the Knights innings is interrupted. 25 minutes have been played, and they've made it to 24 for 1 after 6 overs. Odwa, what have you made of the action so far?
Well, it's been a really solid start with the ball from the DP World Lions women. And we talk about how important it is to start well in the power play first up, especially when you send a team into bat. Conditions, yes, really favor the bowling. But at the end of the day, you still need to get out there and execute the plans. You still need to make sure that you come out well in your bowling lineups. And so far, it's been really good. We speak about the experience that Kaka brings into this side, and it shows today with her bowling. 3 overs in, there's 2 wides in that, and a single run that was actually taken off the bat. She's only gone for 3 in her 3 over spell so far in the 6 overs. And it really has been a solid start. But also, the Free State Knights will look how that session ended there before the actual covers were called on for rain. Ending that last over from Cowling, really decent to get that shot off for 6 from Potgieter. So they also look to build on, should there actually be the possibility to come back onto the field past this rain delay.
Yeah, well, we certainly hope that that opportunity arises soon. Do check back on us at Pitch Vision or the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel, and we'll have the action as soon as it gets back underway here at the Wanderers. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the good news is play is about to get back underway. Just an 18-minute delay due to a bit of drizzle, with the Free State Knights set to resume on 24 for 1 after they were sent into bat by the DP World Lions in this Hollywoodbets Pro50 series match. And Yolandi Potgieter, who has just hit a big 6 off Faye Cowling just before the rain sent them off the field. She's on 8 not out, and Mian Smith on 7 not out. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me is Odwa Bata. Odwa, not ideal for the batting side, just when they were kind of getting some momentum, to have that momentum broken.
Definitely not ideal, but what we are very hopeful for is the fact that it was really a rather short break, which is a good part of that. So we're just back now, ready for the action again. But Potgieter and Smith need to really just get back into the flow of things again.
Ayabonga Kaka continues, struck on the pad, but Smith was well down the wicket there.
It's a good start again from Kaka. She just picks up exactly where she left off after that third over that she bowled into her fourth now in this spell. It's really been so decent from her. It's really been tight, absolutely given nothing away.
The first delivery was slightly straighter than that one, and you could see Mian Smith a bit of intent, walking into the line and trying to get her away through the leg side. But Kaka's second delivery, not giving her anything, starting it outside off stump and swinging it back into the right-hander.
And during that break, and we were talking about how difficult it is to come back from a rain break and just pick off where you left off as the bowling side. It really does just kind of break your momentum. That little bit of time that your body's now warm, you start to get into the feel of things, and all of a sudden you need to start from scratch again. Just kind of be watchful, just try to bat yourself in again, and then pick up again where you left off.
I would say, though, that Ayabonga Kaka must have immense reserves of muscle memory. She's been doing this gig for 13 years or so now. Really immaculate line and length. She's got such wonderful control.
Ooh.
I was just going to say the slip has been taken out now, and that's just angled away through there. Bit of a misfield at third man by Relebohile and Keys.
On that occasion, Smith wasn't even watching where the ball was at. It could have been an opportunity for 2 there. But, slip out because now you're looking to expand more, leaving the situation of the power play, building up to the next phase of the game, and easy single down to third man.
It would be interesting to know if the ball got wet at all during that slight rain delay. Of course, a wet ball does tend to swing less.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. And even on that occasion, with all the shots that are going straight into the ground, with the ball just sliding across the outfield, it's going to be a bit more difficult now to grip and just, hold the line and the shape of the delivery when you bowl.
It was barely more than a light drizzle we had, but there will be some moisture on the ground, no doubt. As Ayabonga Kaka's fourth over comes to an end. Just a 1 run off at 4 overs for 4 runs for the Proteas star. And we are going to see a change in the bowling. You see there at the corner drive end, it's the left armer, Relebohile and Keys, who also is a very consistent performer for the DP World Lions side with the ball. I would say one of their underrated bowlers, personally, very reliable, a very accurate bowler too.
I agree with you on that one, on the fact that she is very underrated, but she really is a very good bowler. Relebohile Mkhize is going to take over from Faye Cowling at the corner drive end, and right now you just see the intent. Karabo Meso steps up into close in range with the wickets just to avoid Smith coming down the wicket to play those expansive shots.
Bit short from Mkhize to start, and a heave from Smith, but straight to square leg. Faye Cowling started well this morning, but then got a little bit untidy as her 3 overs progressed, and she's taking a break with 1 for 21. She got the early wicket. Veronissa Reddy bowled for a duck. Ooh, oh, that's nicely bowled by Mkhize there, right up there in the block wall, just shaping back into the right-hander.
The movement on that was very perfect. She's just coming in, she's bowling around the stumps at that point, so she's starting in that position, but with that left arm, with the ball swinging back into the batter. That was an excellent delivery on that occasion.
Yeah, that's her stock ball, bringing it back into the right-hander. Probing that front pad, Keys. And Karaba Misen, it's going to be nice to watch her standing up to the stump. She's a wonderful wicket-keeper. Apart from her very exciting batting talent, wonderful wicket-keeper, great hands, great skills. Keep an eye out for her work standing up. But short and pulled away powerfully by Mian Smith, and she now has a 6 to add to the 6 that Potkina hit in a similar area a couple of overs ago.
It goes back to what I mentioned earlier, Ken, of maybe the wicket is a bit flat, and therefore being short, that length of being short on this pitch is really not a good one, because it's just you sit back and it's an easy put away. And so far we've seen 2 very big 6s onto the leg side. It's really been crisp shots. It comes off the bat very nicely. And both of those deliveries have been shortest length balls.
Yeah, and Keys is of no great pace. She's very much a medium pacer. So she especially can't afford to drop short, as you said, Barter. 31 for 1 now in the 8th over. Oh, that's well bowled. Nicely bowled. A good line there, just outside the off stump, and the length. Excellent. You can see Mian Smith was a bit unsure whether to come forward or go back, and kind of ended up prodding from the crease.
The area of uncertainty, we call it. That's an excellent delivery. Coming back from being hit for 6, you return with that type of delivery. Very full on the stumps, and it just swings in nicely.
Wider and nicely struck by Smith, but straight to cover.
She offered the width on that occasion. Luckily and fortunately enough for the bowler, it doesn't go to the boundary for 4, because anywhere on the right or left side of the field that they had cover, and that goes through in the gap for 4. It's been a really good start from Lebohile despite that 6 in that over. It's been 8 overs now have been completed in this game. DP World lines are 31 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good stop in the covers by Nonkululeko Tabete. It was struck hard by Smith, who was disappointed, you could see, at the end of the over not to get that one through. It was short and wide, and a scoring opportunity, no doubt, as is Ayabonga Kaka going to continue?
Yes. She is at this point. She's going into her 5th over now in this spell, within this power play, trying to just control the scoring rate.
Just sliding down the leg side for the wide. Although I don't see any reason to change from the golf course in. Kaka's going well. We know she's also very fit. She can bowl long spells. If you were the captain, how many would you be giving her?
I think given the situation right now, and it's close. Oh, my goodness. Well judged single then at the end, but it just looked a lot closer than what it looked like at first. I think as a captain here in this situation, I'd continue with Kaka maybe for 6 overs at least, and then just try to hold her off when we need her later on in this different stage of the game. But initially, starting in this power play, she started off very well indeed, and she's held up one end so far. It's really been minimal scoring from the golf course end.
Nicely worked way down to fine leg. Just the single.
Again, the importance of rotating strike. And right now, Smith and Potgieter are getting into the hang of things in this innings, despite that rain break. They've just come out and they picked up. Mkhize gave an opportunity to score in that last over. They took it, and now they're building on from that.
Yeah, the run rate is above 40 over. Nice drive. Kicks out the fielder again.
Really has been decent from Kaka. Really has been a really good start for her and the Lions. And right now, the skipper is looking at the conditions and thinking, who else now is going to replace Kaka at the golf course end, because we need to continue building this pressure.
Oh, miscued, and it's landed safely. Oh my word. Oh, Yolandi Potgieter, that was just a real swipe at quite a good length delivery from Kaka. Totally the wrong stroke for the delivery, and she's very lucky to get away with that.
Definitely lucky. Lowe and Thompson are looking at each other thinking, oh my goodness, any bit of more length on that and we get to it in time to actually pick up the cash. But
and Kaka, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. Yolandi Potgieter playing from the crease and befuddled by later movement by the Proteas star.
You look at the difference in between those two deliveries, Ken. The previous one was a lot slower than that one on that occasion. It just offers that opportunity. When she tries to go for the runs, it nips off the edge of the bat and just drops short of the fielders. No pace on that delivery, and then Kaka just picks up a little bit more speed in that follow-up delivery and just nips back in at the last minute and hits the top of leg stump. What a delivery. What a moment to get a wicket when things were just starting to stitch together for Free State Knights. And now you lose your second opener.
Yeah, we were wondering whether the movement would still be there with the ball maybe getting a little bit dampened, but that one certainly wobbled around and was too good for Yolandi Potgieter. She's bowled by Ayabonga Kaka for 9, and that came off 25 deliveries with the 1-6 she pulled off Faye Cowling, as now we see coming to the crease.
Luyanda Nzuza taking strike and looking to just continue off. She also had a really good World Cup down in Malaysia. It was really, really good experience for her. She bowled well even on those occasions. She also had opportunities when she was batting. She wants to build from that. These are some certainly young stars that we are seeing right in front of us today. 34 for 2 after 8.5 overs. It's the last ball in this over from Kaka, and Luyanda will just look to close it off.
Be a nice test for the 18-year-old to face up to a superstar like Ayabonga Kaka, and she keeps the first one out well. It's 34 for 2 after 9 overs.
That's what we enjoy about these competitions, Ken. They put these young aspiring players against some of these Protea grades, and it's often a very, very good balance, and you learn a lot in these situations. You pick up some very much needed experience. I mean, we speak about how experienced Kaka is, and now Luyanda is facing up against her. It's such a good contest.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be great for the Hollywoodbets Pro Series that this second half of the season, I think the Proteas women are going to be a lot more involved in the competition, which will be great to see raising the standard as Mkees continues. Oh, it's going to be a wide. That's her other one, if you like, her stock delivery from left arm over the wicket, angles back into the right hand, and then every now and then she tries to push it straight across, but just pushing that one too wide.
She did just try. She was looking for that delivery where she actually does bring it in back late into the right-handed batsman. Like that on that occasion. That was exactly the side of line and length that she was looking for on the previous ball that went for the wide. But, it was too offside. There was too much width on that occasion, so the ball didn't really swing back in the way that she'd hoped for.
I don't know. I think it's the variation, actually. I think, your stock ball, the batter gets used to it coming back into you. If she could put it a bit wider and keep it going across, she could find the edge of the batter following the ball.
And it also does create that uncertainty that we speak about a lot in this game, whether you are unsure of if the ball is going to be coming back to you or just drifting outside the off stump again. But on that occasion, she's followed up 2 good deliveries following that wide initially first up. You look at the conversations being had there between Smith and Zuza. He's trying to maintain their concentration in deciding how to play which delivery here on this occasion from Kize.
Back of a length, and Smith just punches it down the ground. It will be quite a concern, I think, for Lions coach Sean Pretorius, that there have been 11 wides already out of a total of 35, and we're in the 10th over, so it's a wide every over, a bit more than that, and practically a third of the total so far in wides. Nicely hit, firmly struck, and that's through. Past the dive, and very good boundary for Mian Smith.
Too much width on that occasion from Kize. Too much width. There was a lot of room for Smith to actually play with, and she struck that beautifully. Absolutely no chance in the covers to be stopping that. Excellent shot for 4.
Yeah, they came off the bat very sweetly. Made a very pleasing. I can't quite get the noise right off the bat, but it sounded really good. That's it hard as well, but straight to Thompson and mid-off.
That was hit very, very hard to Thompson. She makes it look easy just cleaning up that delivery, but you just heard the noise from the bat. You just immediately think that's coming at you very quick with some pace, with some speed. But she just makes it look easy just to stop the ball, and Slip is out following that delivery, and they're just plugging another fielder into the offside to just try and eliminate that shot.
Last ball of the power play, and it's going to be a dot ball. So after 10 overs, the Free State Knights will be, I guess, reasonably satisfied that they've come back into it a bit. They've posted 39 for 2. But the Lions in control here, as I'm going to make way for former Lions bowler, Aya Mjori.
10 overs in the game. I think the Free State Knights will be a bit unhappy with having lost that second wicket. Just shy of completing the 10 overs. Welcome, Aya. Good morning to you.
Thank you, Ada. How are you doing?
All good, thanks. So what do you make of the game so far in this opening 10 overs that we've had in this initial power play?
I mean, I think with the Lions, I think the bowling that they were very wicket to wicket. I think they didn't miss their length. I think they took the game to them, like hitting the right length, and then there were a few extras that they bowled. There's been a few extras that they bowled, like those white balls. I think I saw Faye, she had a bit of a limp there where she finished bowling. Maybe there's a little bit of a needle there happening there, injury there. But maybe she'll come back, she'll be strong. But yeah, I think the lengths have been good, and they haven't been missing the stumps. I think that's one of the most important things when you're playing at Wanderers. Always try to be wicket to wicket and not hitting the stumps and bowling the ball.
Oh, 2 balls outside the power play, and Ayabonga Kaka is continuing into her 6th over. We spoke with Ken earlier about how long does she keep going in her spell, but currently it's been really, really solid from her. 5.2 over 7 runs with a single wicket so far. She's going well. Shot. And that's an excellent shot. Just backward of square for 4. Ayabonga Kaka just showing a little bit more room into that open area, and that was just dispatched by Luyanda Nzuza into that vacant space for 4.
It's one of the few balls that is bowled that she gave a batsman with, and that's been dispatched for 4. And it looks like the covers are back in. A bit of drizzle in there, so I think there'll be a bit of a halt into the game.
Well, the umpires are still continuing with the game so far. It's a good follow-up. It's a good follow-up from Kaka, given that previous delivery where there was so much width to Nzuza on that occasion. And this time she's just a bit tighter onto the stumps, just shy of that line of stump. And there it is. Unfortunately, we've been called off again, and there's another break in play due to the rain that's falling. It's falling a lot harder than it did earlier on today, and we were worried about it initially given the overcast conditions. It was heavy clouds early on this morning, and it's just continuing in that same vein right now. And the groundsmen are just hurrying onto the field as the players move off the pitch. I know it's just been initially the first couple of balls into this phase of the game following the power play, but what do you think should be the game plan moving forward here, given the conditions and seeing that it might be raining a lot throughout the day?
I think I'll just say simple is best. That's the most important thing. I think you try to get through the overs as quick as you can. I think Aya's doing a great job there, balling wicket to wicket, taking play to the nights pick up the latest from the night. So I think just take the game into them, keep them make them make play, and just keep on the dot balls and make them look for the runs. But yeah, I think as we come back in, we try to just be quick with our overrate. I think that will, and keep it simple. Let them look for the runs, and then that's where the mistakes will happen.
43 for 2 after 10.4 overs, and that's where we are halted by the rain. We'll come back to you when we are continuing on, but for now it's just heavy rain out there. We'll see you back in a bit. Good morning and welcome back as we kick off the continuation of this innings after 10.4 overs with the Free State Knights currently on 43 for 2. Rain delay lost time to about 55 minutes that have been lost in the game, but we are back underway again with Ayabonga Kaka to continue her 6th over from the golf course end. We have lost 10 overs in the innings due to that rain delay. We are now playing 40 overs per side in this game. Welcome back to our viewers. Welcome back to anybody who's just joined us again. Good morning, and how are you out there today? It's been a good day of cricket so far. Aya, what have you made of the lost time now in this game?
Yeah, I think the most important thing when we have these rain delays is you cannot drift away from the game. You keep on going up, going out, and come back in. The most important as coaches, I think they have to keep the players in the game all the time, because you can easily drift when you know there's rain around you, and it keeps them coming, it keeps on going. So you just have to make sure that your preparations, your warm-ups are always on point when you start. So the players, when they come in, they're on the money, each ball.
Kaka picks up exactly where she left off with 2 very good deliveries there. Absolutely no runs conceded off that over. Again, we mentioned to anybody who's just joining us, welcome. We have lost 10 overs in this 50 over game due to that rain delay of close to about an hour's time that the rain has been going on. Game has been now officially reduced to 40 overs per side. Ayabonga Kaka just finished off her 6th over in that opening spell. 1 wicket for 11 runs. It's been a phenomenal start for her. Batsman in is Leanda Nzuza and Mane Smith, and they look to continue this innings for the Knights just after the rain. We have a bowling change right now. Rapuo coming on, the captain, the spinning option for the team to take on this 12th over in this innings. What do you make of that change? We recently spoke about it earlier before we came on comms that it would be important to bowl spin.
We called it. I think spin is going to be very important now. I think for the spinner just to go through the overs and just make sure you bowl wicket to wicket. Then the most important thing is to bowl the ball. Make sure you're not just leaving it in the air. Make sure you're bowling it into the wicket, and make sure each and every ball you are taking the stumps. You let the batsman make the mistake, and I think that's the plan that Coach Pretorius has told the players, and a lot of
interesting field here for Homoto Rapuo with the 3 players in the out ring. It's a good start again. She's just pushing that ball just outside that off stump line.
Touch of width there. In that you don't need, it's easy to cut that ball. Some more wicket will do.
Excellent ball again, just hitting the right line on that occasion. A bit fuller than the first ball, offering no width in that turn. Rapuo starting well.
Stuff. That's good bowling from her. I think that's a plan, just for her to go through the overs, make sure that she doesn't miss the stumps.
Night round with a great change. Good delivery again on that occasion. With the great change now of having lost 10 overs in this game, what do you think Captain Rapuo is right now looking at the situation and thinking about how they should play going forward here, Aya?
I think dot is gold, in this stage of the game, and that's the most important thing. And they haven't let a lot of boundaries on their side. So I think dot will be gold, and just keep on keeping the same basics, keep it simple, wicket to wicket will do. And I think the Free State girls, they're not really. I think they need a bit of positivity in the game when they're playing now. Then that will help a lot. Just dot balls, the dot ball count for the Lions ladies is I think that's what they're working on, focusing on.
Oh, no width again on that occasion. previous delivery was actually just played off nicely by Smith into the covers for a single that brought Leander Nzuza on strike. And obviously right now with that over coming to an end, it's 44-2 for the Knights after 12 overs. Right now, Captain Khomotso Rapua is going to look for a bowling change from the golf course end with Ayabonga Kaka coming off her 6 overs in her spell. 6 overs, 1 wicket for 11 runs. It's been phenomenal from her as per the expectation. Mkhize, a change of ends for her. Lebohile started her initial 2 overs from the Colette Drive in. Now she has a change of ends replacing Ayabonga Kaka at the golf course end.
I think that's a good change up. I think Mkhize, she's more wicket to wicket, brings it back in. But a lot of left arm bowlers, always see most left arm bowlers taking it away from the batsman. So you get him in, make sure the keeper is nice and in. Neso is there standing up, and then make sure you probably know the plan is just still wicket to wicket, and just keep on bowling the dirt balls and making the Free State ladies make the mistake. I think that's the plan.
Interesting field here as we're looking at, what is that? It's 2, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the offside. It's very offside dominant at this point. She's offering that opportunity for singles or 2 into the leg side. She just now pushed out her shortest third man to a deep third man position. Starting off just a shade outside the off stump. I think the original plan is to make sure that the batsmen are playing outside the line of off stump.
That's good bowling there from Mkhize. Always see Mkhize, hard worker. Always see in the gym all the time. In the evenings, yet Wanderers working hard on their own.
It's a really good delivery again on that occasion. Mkhize just holding the line off the ball as it goes straight through to Karabo Meso. That's an excellent take behind the stumps. 2 dots in the over to start.
I think a bit of pressure there from the ladies from Free State, from Bloemfontein. I think the dot balls are piling up. I think
again,
the dot ball again. I think whenever you put on the dots, wickets tend to follow. So we'll see how this is gonna unfold. But good basics from the ladies from Gauteng. Just keep on keeping it simple and just bowling wicket to wicket.
Really is an excellent line that she's chosen there. She's strictly bowling to her selected field. Again, Smith just pushes that into the vacant area in that mid-wicket region, and she picks up the single. It's been excellent running and communication so far from the Knights batters, and what I've seen from Leander Nzuza is that she's very responsive to any call for that quick single. We have another field change now as Leander Nzuza is on strike. That deepish mid-wicket is now coming back into the circle to be at a shortish mid-wicket area.
Bowling to the plans. That's the most important thing. I think communication between the skipper and the bowler is very important. Where you are told where to bowl. I think any short ball now will be a bit of a mess. I think everyone is in.
This is really good bowling. Mkhize really sticking to the idea and executing perfectly on what the duty is required from her at that occasion. 1 run coming from the 13th over. The Free State Knights are 45-2 into this phase right now, into the second power play of this game, having lost the initial 10 overs after that power play and with the rain delays. What is the plan now for the Knights? I mean, we're looking at the situation whereby initially you moved from playing 50 overs to 40 overs. That has to change now because there should be a little bit more catalyst in the run scoring department.
The most important thing now, I think, from the Knights, that they have to be play positive. I know there's 2 wickets down. Also, yeah, the weather is not looking great. We kind of say today it's going to be in and out.
Some heavy dark
But
clouds
then
around
you
us.
really have to just focus on the game. Let the weather take care of itself. That's the uncontrollables. We control the controllable. That's the most important thing in this game. And positivity is the way to go. and they just have to look for runs. I think there's a lot of dot balls that are piling up.
Ball starting well again.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a drop
opportunity there on that occasion. Goodness me. Smith hit that really hard back at Captain Rapport, but oh my goodness, she just didn't have enough time to react to that, and it's a drop. It really was a good opportunity for the third wicket. It was a shortish length delivery, hit back hard straight back at her, and she just puts it down on that occasion.
Dot balls always create wickets, as we said. The more dot ball counts, the more opportunities you create wickets for yourself. It's a good shot there from Smith.
Excellent length
For
delivery
one.
on that occasion. I mean, Rapport made sure that she just flights it up a little bit more, just a touch fuller on that occasion, rather than going for a second shortish length delivery. But Smith with a really good shot into the covers there, and Tasman Brits with the clean up, just keeping it to 1 run. Again,
What a shot.
shot. Brilliant
Shot
shot down
from
the
Zuza.
ground. Luyanda Zuza, oh my goodness, just get on.
Shot.
Don't run for those. It splices the fielders perfectly as it goes straight, dead straight. It's an excellent shot.
On the ground. That's a positivity we're talking about. I think you have to get the scoreboard ticking. That's a good shot there from Zuza.
And with that, there's a fielding change all of a sudden after that shot from Zuza. Shot again into the covers this time as she picks up the signal straight to Brits. Zuza and Smith right now really looking to continue their momentum. I mean, you take a boundary off the previous ball, you just play the next one into cover for the single. It's very simple cricket at this point. Rotation of strike is very key.
It's another dot ball there. I think the most important thing, you look at the rate achieved. They're going at 3.6 runs and over. I think for a 1 day, 40 over game, it's a bit low. So I think they have to just pick up what they require, the required run, their rate. I think that's one of the most important things, so that they know. And the ladies from Joburg know they play a lot of the games in this wicket. I think they know this ground, and it's always a high scoring ground when you come play at the Wanderers. So that rate achieved is, I think, on my side is a bit low. I think they've just pick it up a bit.
And on that note about the wicket, you went out there to see it this morning. What did you make of it initially?
It was a bit dry. I think it's been used. I think that I think that's where they played the final on the same ground with the
The SA20.
SA20 final. As Mkhize coming in again. Another dot ball there from Mkhize, bowling to the plans. And they've got a sweeper there, there's a bit of width there, but I think he's got protection there with the sweeper. So yeah. So as I said about the wicket, it's a bit dry, there's a lot of cracks, but the cracks haven't really opened. They're holding up. But it's quite a lot of cracks that's been happening. But probably underneath, there's been a lot of rain in Joburg, there's a bit of moist underneath. So I think the more you bowl the ball into the wicket, that's where you'll get some movement. You saw Kaka bowling. He was getting a bit of nip, bring it back in. I think your seamers, most important thing is just have to bowl the ball into the wicket. That's when you're gonna get movement from the wicket. So
But Lebohile is still keeping up with the requirements there for her captain, as she's still bowling that line outside the off stump. But on that occasion, Zuza just managed to punch it through that shortish cover area. Shot. Goodness me. It's an opportunity though. Oh, and that's 4. Tasman Brits out there. I think she misjudged that initially as it was coming off the bat. She was bending. Looking at that replay, oh my goodness. It was into the wicket, shortish. It was just pulled leg side to that mid-wicket region. And right there, that's when she misjudges the jump and it falls just short of the boundary behind her and it goes for 4.
I think she was a bit in there. It's a good shot. Anything back of the length in this wicket, as we spoke about the dryness of the wicket, it's just easy to pick up, as what you saw there. It went straight to cow corner there.
Excellent
I
shot
think
to follow up that boundary
The
there.
most important thing is to bowl a bit fuller and make them play straight. Anything back of the length is easy to pick up.
I'm looking at the interesting fielding change when Zuza's on strike. It's an excellent line on that occasion from Kize. I She's still picking up exactly what the captain wants about bowling that shade just outside of stump. And with the fielding change, Tasman Brits comes back into the circle at that shortish mid-wicket region when Nzuza's on strike. And for Meehan Smith, it's always just that in-out type of field situation whereby they're offering her the opportunity to kind of free her arms in order to create that opportunity to get her wicket. Short, Nzuza. Short into the pitch, that on that occasion from Libohile Mkhize, and again over that mid-wicket region, and it's a couple of bounces into the fence. Excellent shot there from Rihanna to end the 15th over. The Knights are now picking up steadily. It's 61 for 2.
And it's another miss of length, bit short of the length. Same shot as they played, where Smith played for 4. I think the most important thing, I think the length is gonna be king here in this wicket. The more the fuller, the more you're not sure you're not missing the stumps. I think the better you make the batsman hit you straight and hit you on the offside. Anything bit short of the length, it's very easy to play.
It really is. We saw the initial situation in that opening power play when Ken was still with me. And very decent start again from Captain Khomotso Rapo into her 3rd over of the spell. She's only gone for 7 runs. She had an opportunity to get a wicket in her 2nd over, but just dropped that as it was hit so hard right back at her. But you look at the fielding changes, you see how she has the players in the inner ring just watching for that single. And you have 4 other players just, in and around the boundary just to look at those spaces for well fielded there again at cover. Aya, what do you think essentially is the plan here to these 2 batters?
I think simple is the best way to go. I think Rapu, you can see it's another opportunity for a catch, and then there she goes.
That one was well taken by Faye Cowling. Inside in the ring, creating that, that uncertainty where there might be a player just in and around that area of the ring. It's a full-length delivery. Smith cannot help herself. She miscues it though all the way down to that mid-on fielder, and Faye completes a simple catch really. And now the Free State Knights have lost their 3rd as Meehan Smith is dismissed for 27 of 47 balls. It's 61 for 3, and we are halfway through the 16th over.
Good bowling. You can see from Rapu, the fuller you bowl to the batters, and that's when you've got a lot of opportunity to get a wicket. I think anything that's a bit back of the length, that's where the Free State ladies are good at. So you bowl it fuller to them, make sure you don't miss the wickets, and then the way the opportunities are going to come. Focusing on building that dot ball count is the most important thing, and then the pressure will build on, and that pressure will create wickets.
And with that 3rd wicket to fall, that brings in Captain Isal Cilliers. And she walks into a situation where her team are 61 for 3 now. And we are halfway through the 16th over, as we already mentioned. But right now, looking at the situation, what do you think might be going through her mind as captain?
Yeah, now we need a captain's innings, yeah. I think that's going to be important. Number 5. One of these batters here that are batting have to bat dip and take it till the end. We need it's either Nzuza or the captain Cilliers. I think we need one of those innings where you take a dip and everyone bats around you.
Definitely. Initially, it would have been that what Smith was going to be that player to simply anchor the innings through, especially with the rain delays that we had in between this innings so far. But right now, Celia's in. She's coming in at 5. Her team in a position, 61 runs, having lost the 3 wickets. It's a good start again. Uncertainty there. Uncertainty about running in between the wickets.
I think a lot of those are going to be important. Well, singles and twos. We don't always look for the boundary to get some runs. Ones and twos are going to be important here in these innings. A lot of running has to be done. Even a lot of positivity within the batters. Not just saying hitting 4s, 1s and 2s.
Oof, fantastic delivery on that occasion from Khomotso Rapo. I mean, goodness me, it's a perfect length ball. It's a bit full on that length. It forces Zuza to come forward to try and play it. I'm sorry, Isal Cilliers just tries to come forward to play that, and she just misses it completely. It's just a nice shade just spinning away from her just at the last minute. Excellent delivery. And she follows that up with another good ball. Homozolabo has taken the wicket in her over. In her third over, she's taken 1 wicket now. It's been 7 runs coming from her spell of 3 overs thus far. That brings the end of the 16th over, and the Free State Knights women are 61 for 3.
Good stuff here from the Lions. I think they're much in the upper hand here in this game. 61 for 3 in 16 overs. That rate achieved is going at 3.8. So I just have to keep on focusing and working on that economy rate. Then that's the most important thing, and then wickets will come. I think they shouldn't be thinking about wickets. I think it's the most important thing. You just start focusing on those dot balls and creating those opportunities, and the wickets will come.
You speak about something very important about the run rate currently, and before that previous over from Captain Rabor, it was going at 4.1 at least to the over at that point, and with that maiden wicket now, everything has just changed a little bit more drastically in that point, where the squeeze is just coming from the Lions, and that rate has now dropped to 3.8.
Yeah, I think on my take, I think they change of bowler, Dozake Rasibe, ex-Protea player. So he's coming, Dozake, very experienced bowler, coming in. So let's see what she's gonna do.
It's a good time to be bringing spin from both ends at this point. Oh, wow, would have been a great start. I think there was a little bit of an edge on that. And as much as we spoke about how good Karabo Meso has been, and she is behind the stumps, it was just a little bit of mistiming on that occasion. There's the edge, and oh my goodness, that was the opportunity. It will go down as an opportunity missed. Spin on both ends now, on the golf course end and as well as the Colette Drive end. I think the Lions are sensing the opportunity here to try and squeeze this game a little bit more.
It's all about squeezing and just going through the overs. That's the most important thing. And just keeping that rate at that. Dozake coming in again.
It's a good shot down the ground. Looking to be taking 2 there on that occasion. As they complete the single, it brings back Luyanda Nzuza on strike. Izal is finally off the mark after the 4 balls that she's faced. And that brings her tally now to 1 from the 4 that she's faced, with Ndozaki continuing on against Zuza. It's a really good ball on that occasion. I think the element here is the same for the spinners, don't you think? Especially with the full length deliveries that are being bowled.
I think you come to these high fall wickets as a spinner, you make sure you don't give any width to the batters.
Excellent
shot there by Nzuza.
Excellent shot. She just reverses on that one, and it just goes into that vacant area of 5 leg. Sorry, it's the 3rd man area now, and it goes all the way for 4. That's a beautiful shot from Luyanda Nzuza. She's trying to just steps across the line of the ball, and then she times it perfectly into that gap, and there's absolutely no chance to be getting that one. It's a clean cut 4.
That's the positivity we're looking for. You have to take the game on. You can't be too defensive. I think having that positivity, trying to find the gaps, trying to look for runs. I think excellent battle from Zuza. That's what we're looking for.
And Zuza came in a crucial time when her team had just lost the 2nd wicket. At that stage, I think the score was about 43 when they lost the 2nd wicket prior to taking the break. And she's just calmed the situation down. She's taken runs effectively where there have been runs on offer. And she's batted well on this occasion. Look at that positivity there, just coming down the wicket to try and upset the length of the bowler. But Ndozake Rasibe just handling that pressure well on that occasion. She finishes off that over with a dot following that boundary. There's 6 runs coming from it, and that's the end of the 17th. The Knights struggling along at 67 for 3.
Excellent stuff from the girls from Johannesburg. As I was saying, I think the wicket as a spinners, the moment you miss you give a bit of width, it's when you go for runs. As a spinner, you make sure you don't miss your length. and make sure everything that you're doing is always wicket to wicket. So you take the game on and make sure that the batsman, if he misses, you hit. The back of the mind, the batsman should know that if you miss, she'll get out. Exactly.
Good start again from Komoto. It's really been a tight-knit type of performance from the bowlers today, with Ayabonga Kaka starting things off in the early proceedings. Faye Cowling also started well initially, especially after she got that first wicket. It's too short on that occasion and absolutely not punished. That's an opportunity for a run out. It's the wrong end. Goodness me. Oh my goodness. How did they miss that chance? Both batters stuck at the striker's end and the fielder there being Relebohile Mkhize throwing down at the wrong end to the keeper, and Karabo Meso had returned to her captain Khomotso Rapo, just went above her head.
Was that Mkhize?
It was Mkhize who just threw off. Rain on again. We spoke about the dark clouds just drifting over the field here today, and on that note, having had that terrible mix-up and no wicket falling, the covers are being called back on by the umpires as the players start to leave the field again for another rain delay.
I think it's that lightning. I think it's a bit of
Thunder.
Lightning and thunder roaming around.
Oh, so it really is dark out there. Well, we'll take a look at this. It really is dark out there, and these clouds are just simmering over us at this point. It just looks like it's going to be some heavy rain for a while. But the ground staff are coming around, they're gathering the covers to pull them back on. If we were to just quickly take another look at that replay of the actual run out, but wow, what an opportunity missed there by the Lions in the field.
Look at the scorecard. Ayabonga Kaka there. He bowled 6 overs for 11 runs, 1 wicket. Then Khomotso Rapu 3.2, and she's on 1 wicket for 7 runs. And Faye, she's a little bit expensive. It's 3 overs for 21 runs. And then Relebohile Mkhize 4 overs for 22 runs. So I think the most important thing now is just guys coming back in. If the weather gods on our side, we would love to. They'll probably have to cut the overs again.
Yeah,
it looks like the rain. It's gonna come down. So yeah,
it looks like it might be just a long delay. But on that note, 17.2 overs completed in this first innings, with the Free State Knights women sitting on 67 for 3. It's really just been one of those on and off starts, but we look to be back as soon as we can under these conditions, just to ensure that play can continue. But play has now officially been stopped due to the bad light and the thunder rumbling under the clouds that are now covering the entire Stadium of Wanderers. We'll catch you again in a bit. Good afternoon again to everybody who's out there watching, and hello again to everybody else who's just joining us. We are back live at Wanderers Stadium with the DP World Lions versus the Free State Knights women. Currently the game is at 17.2 overs. Everybody who's out there watching, and hello again to everybody joining us. We are 67 for 3, 17.2 overs. Match has now officially been reduced to 35 overs per side due to the rain that has fallen out here today. What do you think now the game plan has to be with the drastic changes that we've now experienced?
Okay, another dot there. I mean, I think on and off, as we said earlier on, I think we have to. I think coaches have to be able to make sure that the players switch on. So every time you go out, you kind of drift and you have nice chats there, having your coffee, you relax. I think the most important thing is getting back into it, and just know that you keep the plan simple. I think still the Lions are in charge. I feel with 35 overs and the run rate is still at 3.8. So dots. And as how much as what they're doing now, and just keep on building the dots, and then the wickets will follow. I think the Knights have to just do a lot of positive cricket, lots of running between wickets, and also try to look for the boundaries. Very impressed with this young girl, Nzuzu. I think she's 17, 18 years old, and she was part of the under 19 World Cup. And then she was mainly a bowler there.
Yeah.
And look at her now, she's just there standing up for the team and fighting for the girls.
That's 18 overs completed now in this turn of 35 over game. It's 68 for 3, the Knights are standing currently. But yes, Nzuza has shown a lot of potential with the bat here today. I'm actually very surprised to see her bat this well. And she's played some very nice shots. There was an excellent shot that we were referencing earlier on when she reversed Dozake for 4. It was a very interesting shot. It was a really good shot at the time. It was the best option to play, and it got her maximum runs for it. So she really has come into her own here as a batsman for the Knights today, and she's really stepping up and trying to just uplift the tempo so that run rate can just go up a bit more. So Dozake now into her 5th over of this spell. It's really been a decent start for her as well. She's into a 2nd over now. She's only gone for 6 of that first one, and it's been in tandem on both ends. It's an excellent ball first up. She just pitches it that one. It doesn't drift, it doesn't turn, it just continues on that straight line outside of off stump. And Izal Celias is going to look to impose herself here as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of positive cricket has to come from the Knights. I think they can't just let things just come their way. It's been a lot of dot balls, even now 2 dot balls. I know they're probably trying to assess the conditions of the wicket, how much dew is in the how much moisture is in the wicket now because of the rain. But we still have to look for runs to take the game on and try to fight.
It's a good shot down. It's a very simple shot there on that occurrence. Full ball, just a prod and a push down the leg side. It just looks like a very easy on drive. And Celias will pick up the single to bring Zuza back on strike. And this is the matchup here between Dozake and Zuza. And you look even at the fielder at shortish 3rd man now, she's a lot straighter than what she was originally. And I think the difference of that is because of that reverse shot that she played for 4 in that area.
We're looking at how many overs we have left there.
We're looking at every situation right now. They're looking at 16.2 overs to go left in this game.
That's still a lot of overs to say. I think this partnership they have to anchor. Still need an anchor here and someone that they can bat around and take it till the deep. Make sure that you're not losing wickets, and take it to the deep end and keep on batting and facing each ball in a positive manner. I think the loss of wickets will be a problem here. I think this partnership is very critical and for the night.
It's a really good second over from Dozake, just the single coming off the 19th over. It's 69 for 3, the Knights are after 19, looking at that cutoff of 35 overs to be played in the game. 69 for 3 after 19, it's a bit of a tricky situation now because the whole type of concept and how the Knights want to go about their business has to change given the drastic loss of overs in this game due to rain. But at this moment, Captain Rapo is looking at the situation and just taking pace off the ball seems like the best way to go, and they really are drying up the runs in this moment. It's an excellent delivery again on that occasion. It's just a bit fuller length, just pitching it up, offering that opportunity to free your arms, but there's also a risky shot to try and take on the spin in this part of the game.
So I think ones and twos for now I think will work, and if you get a bad ball, the boundary ball you get, I think just the only worry is they're looking to defend, not even looking for that run. Oof, that looks oof. Okay.
That looked good, that looked close enough. But if we look at where that pitch is, it just looks like it's drifting away towards the next side. Let's just have another look at that. Pomotso was very convinced as she went up for that appeal there with the rest of her team. But there it is there. It just looks like that the impact is just outside the line of the stumps there on that occasion. It's a good follow-up delivery on that occasion. Very full again. It's offering the opportunity for Izal to just try to push the ball through, but it's also leaving that space for it to actually be indecisive about where to play that. It might just time it incorrectly and it goes up for 4. Shot again into space. But Tasman Breast just cleans up and keeps it down to a single. There's 2 balls left to go in the 20th over.
As we said earlier on, I think the dot ball count is very important. Look at now, they've bowled. Rapproche is all bowled 4 dot balls already. That's pressure that's been created there. And you know what pressure can do, can create wickets.
Oh, it's a deft touch on that occasion. But it really doesn't travel far outside the square, and it's down to a single again as Leander picks up 1. And that brings a close to the 20th over. The Free State Knights are 71 for 3. On that note, Ken is going to be joining us again in the commentary box.
So 20 overs gone. Free State Knights 71 for 3. As RICB Intuzake continues from the golf course end to Luyanda Nzuza, who I'll just echo your thoughts. I am Yori. I think she's batted really nicely indeed for her 20 not out. Has looked very composed for an 18-year-old.
And you look, she was batting number 10 for the SNR 19. Oh,
full toss, hit away, long on in business. No, just bounces before him keys.
She's looking to take the game on there for the ladies. And Zuza, what a prospect of South Africa cricket we have there, likes of Zuza coming in at a young 17-year-old, they say. 18-year-old.
She's turning 19 in March, I think. That's a bump ball, so no.
18 in March.
I think so, yeah.
So
yeah. 19 in March, sorry.
It's a lot of.
19 in March, we'll just confirm that.
The future looks bright for South African cricket. My only worry, Ant, is just the dot balls that they've been. There's a lot of dot balls that have been bowled. They're not looking to find singles and 1s and 2s. I think you do that and you get the out boundary. I think that's how you keep the score ticking.
Got a man coming through a bit there, so
there's always a dot ball that's gonna create the pressure, and now you're trying to find that release shot, and that's when the wickets will tend to come through.
That previous delivery is a case in point. That that could have just been a drive straight down the ground for 1, Instead, she tried to overhit it a bit. As Cilliers, bottom man came in dot ball. And I think as the 21st over ends, 72 for 3, when this game restarted after that second rain delay, there were 18 and a bit overs remaining, which to me meant it was basically a T20 game that Free State Knights were left with. And they needed to approach their batting like a T20 game. And if you start your T20 innings, of course you're looking for that intensity, you're looking for the ones and twos. You know, no one expects you to necessarily hit boundaries right away, but at least, as you said, Aya, to have that intensity, looking to rotate the strike. As Rapu continues. Just a push down the ground for one, that's fine, by Nzuza.
You always try to look for intent each and every ball you bat. There has to be intent from the batter that you're looking to score runs. I think dot ball count can kill a team. It's another dot ball there.
Yeah, so they've had, coming up, that's 4 overs we've had now since the rain delay, and just 6 runs have been scored, which is really not what the Knights would have wanted. Overpitched, but hit again. Cilliers straight to the fielder. Cilliers has been there for well over 20 deliveries now. What's it? No, coming up to 30, 29. Ball, no, 21 balls. She's been there for just 4 runs. Yeah, I think it does speak to a thing in South African cricket in general, I think, but especially the women. They sometimes struggle to turn over the strike against the spinners.
I think that's a plan that I feel like there's a little bit of another double there. I feel like that's a conversation on the Lion side that let's just keep on building the dots. As you know, that Wanderers is a very wicket batting friendly wicket. So if now 21.3 overs, 73 runs, 3 wickets, then the dot balls that they're creating, there's gonna be, if not a commentator's curse, but maybe in the over or 2 there's gonna be a wicket here because the pressure that's been built.
Yeah, while Mian Smith and Leander Nzuzo were together, the rate achieved got up to over 4 and over. It's now dropped back to 3.3, just when the Knights really need to be accelerating. Tazaki, that's inside edge of the bat through mid-wicket for a single to Nzuza. Cilliers back on strike, and she needs to find more options in terms of being able to get the ones. Sweet. That's
a bit of intent there from Cilliers. The skip is all. We have 11.4 overs left.
Yeah, given that with the DLS method, the Knights will probably have a few runs added to their total due to the interruptions to the innings. What do you think they should be aiming at posting at the end of the innings?
I think from now they've got 11.3 overs, that's over 60 balls, 10.2, 60.
I'll just interrupt you to see this replay. How close was this to the off stump? Very. I think it went over off stump.
If they go around that ball, I think another 60 runs or 50 runs that they can pull out a fight, I don't see that happening the way that they're going. I think there's some change that needs to happen. It's a beautiful shot there from Zuza.
I think run a ball from here is bare minimum, really, to be honest. That'll take them up to 100 and 40 odd as the 23rd over ends, 76 for 3. You said higher that the Wanderers was a high scoring ground, and the Lions have made the highest score in the competition this season here at the Wanderers, 299 for 8 against the Southwestern District's Badgers, and that shows you what they're capable of. In 50 overs, they're going to be scoring pretty much at a run a ball.
One thing that I always believe in is always that even whatever situation you're in cricket, I mean, but you have to play positive cricket, whatever state you're in. I think now, as we see that the Knights are in this situation, they still have to be more intent and looking to score some runs and defending. They still have a lot of wickets in hand, and always try to look at each and every ball to score some runs and positive cricket. I think that's how you instill a good culture into a team.
More spin for the DP World Lions as Madison Lunsman, who bowls, as you saw there, quite flighty wrist spin, slow through the air, quite difficult to generate pace for the batter. She's joining the attack, and a couple of singles to start the over. Better by the Knights. Khamotso Rapu, the Lions captain, outstanding once again. 6 overs, 1 for 11. So she has 1 over left in her allocation, as does Proteas star Ayamonga Kaka.
So
very strong ring, saving one on the offside for Lunsman, and then 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. So anything pushed into the leg side is at least 1, as we see the bowler fielding at mid-wicket herself.
very interesting fielding positions. Yeah, I think I would put some of the fielders in, bowling to them so that they can try to hit the ball out of the park. That's when you'll be able to get your wickets. I think very defensive from the Lions on my take. They fold. Folding.
I'd like a mid-wicket, to be honest, just to make it a little bit harder to get the single. Hit nicely. Is it in the gap? Cowling. She couldn't get down quickly enough. And it's a very timely boundary for Isel Cilliers. Maybe that'll get her going as she moves to 10 now off 29 deliveries. And the Knights are 83 for 3 after 24 overs.
That's the stuff we're looking for, yeah. A bit of intent there from the skip, looking for that boundary. And that's how they would positive cricket, the one that we spoke about, taking the game on. We know that the Knights haven't won the game in this competition. I think that might be also a fact in terms of how the mindset. But as we said, you always try to look for positive cricket, try to take the game on. Doesn't matter if you're failing, but still looking to be positive, whichever state of the game you're in. And that's how you kind of feel like you learn, and to build a winning culture.
Tozaki continues. She's bowled very well too, just 11 runs coming off her 4 overs before this. Little shuffle down the pitch by Zuza. It'll just be 1 too long on.
Got 9.4 overs left. The run rate is at 3.5. 84 for 3 after 24.2 overs. So, that's a miss for there. Another single.
Won't please the bowler there, but we were given a bit of incorrect information at the restart that this innings is only 34 overs, not 35. Trying the reverse sweep and given out LBW.
Another wicket there from Tozake. Zuza.
Yeah, very straight, wicket to wicket, and quite full too, so it wasn't going to do much more after it pitched.
Those are the dot balls we're talking about. There's always a wicket. Whenever you pile in quite a few number of dot balls, there's always going to be a result of a wicket that will come through. And look at that. Those are trying to look for something there. And he was bowled out. A new batter coming in is Kula.
Zintle Kula, who has been their leading run scorer so far this season, 128 runs, an average of 32. Very experienced player. She's played over 100 games across the two formats. Bowler too, very useful bowler as well, so an all-rounder.
The surname is very Eastern Cape, you'd say, Kula. A lot of Kulas in the Eastern Cape.
Where Ayamyoli hails from as well. He likes to claim his Eastern Cape cricketers.
No, it's just the surnames. Kula is a very Xhosa, well-known Xhosa surname. A lot of cricket in the family. A lot of Kulas. We played Amakalugusha there in the Eastern Cape, one of those tournaments. Do you know about Amakalugusha?
Famous tournament, yes. Absolutely famous tournament, and a real great model of what can be achieved for club cricket. Knights will be maybe feeling that unfortunately they lost the wrong batter. Because Nzuza was going well, 27 or 40 deliveries, pretty fluent, while Zelsili has got a bit stuck, and perhaps that pressure transferred a bit onto Nzuza. She felt she had to do something out of the ordinary.
I think, yeah, as we spoke about those dot balls that we spoke about, I think they create the pressure, and that's when bowlers, I think they're falling into the lion's trap. I think that's the plan. They just want to bowl the dots. They're not looking, they're not searching for wickets. They're just building the dot ball pressure. I think from now to this over, there's going to be a lot of wickets that are going to fall, because now we have 9 overs left, and the Knights are going to look to score some runs, and that's when you'll find out there's going to be a lot of wickets that are going to be falling now from now on.
So Khamutsa Rapu, after a 1 over break from the call-it drive in, has brought herself back on. I quite like that, just giving Lunsman over for something different for the batters to think about. This will be her final over though, her 7th, bowling to Zelsilia's on 11. Nicely tossed up, it's hit firmly down the ground, but it should just be one.
I think we've just changed it, so you can see now that the Lions have just changed their fold a bit. It's more of an attacking field. You want them to go. Now we've got a new batsman here, Zintle Kula. See what she can do. She still has to find his way, ease himself into the game. Celia's has to pick up, and she has to.
Bit short, but Kula can't take advantage. Kirsty Thompson was at long off to the fielding just now. She's come into the ring just to not allow Kula an easy one. Good move. Oh, playing a miss outside off stump.
I like this fielding. I know Kula is new. I'll do the same also to Celia's. I think Neke want to hit you over the wickets. I think that's when you'll be able to get your wicket. But either way, the Lions, I think they're in a good position. Even they can go defensive, they're still on the good side if they're still making the nice hit their singles and not opening up the field.
There's no fine leg, so if she can get a sweep fine, that could be a release for her. But Rapu bowls very straight wicket to wicket, and that was quicker and flatter. You can't sweep that one.
I think that's the plan. I think the plan is just not miss the stumps and let them make the mistake.
And to end the over now, long on and long off go back. Oh, I kept it a little low. But dot ball to finish, and Kgomotso Rapu has done another excellent day's work with the ball here. 7 overs, 1 for 12. That's her allotment. And the Knights are 86 for 4 after 26 overs. Just 8 overs left now. So if they can get, well, runner ball from here is 48, so that gets them to 134. Probably not enough, but you never know. They do have a strong bowling side, the Knights. They've got the bowler who's second in the averages and third highest wicket taker in Lucian Swartz. She's got the best figures so far this season, 6 for 29. We mentioned Zintle Kula as a useful bowler as well.
Zintle played for Northwest.
Nicely flighted by Tozaki, just the one.
Originally hails from the Eastern Cape, I think that's Zintle. Played for the emerging side.
Yeah, she's only played domestically for Free State. It's a very experienced campaigner, been around for a decade now at this level. Good fielding. Sunette Viljoen low. Always very athletic in the field.
Sunette, the javelin. Is she still also on the other side of the sport, or is she just focused on cricket now? Or?
Yeah, she retired from javelin. She was a cricketer originally, played for the Proteas. And then focused on javelin, went to the Olympics, and I think she's a silver medalist in the Commonwealth Games or something, and then retired from javelin as attempted paddle, but it's gone in front of the wicket. Put away her javelins and took up cricket again. And has had a really good second bite of the cherry in her cricket career. Hit down the ground, this might be out, long off underneath it, taken well. Good catch by Kirsty Thompson. And that's the end of Isel Cilliers. Called Thompson bowled into Zake for 13.
That's the pressure that the Lions have created. Now they're looking for just they're looking for runs. And a good catch there by Dr. Kirsty Thompson. Beautiful catch there from there. I think the Lions are in charge here. Still for the Knights to turn things over, there's have to be a lot of fight now in this coming 7.1 overs. They have to play a lot of positive cricket, fearless cricket, and always just look to run and cut the dot ball count as we spoke about. I think try to find a run each and every ball and create opportunities for them.
Yeah, it was the right intent by Isel Cilliers, but you could say the contact was not good enough because it didn't clear the fielder. Or maybe the contact was a bit too good, that it hit it too long off when maybe she could have just chipped it short of long off, but either way she's gone. And 88 for 5, the Knights, as Ilandri Janssen van Rensburg comes to the crease. Sunette Viljoen low, just to finish what we were saying about her and how well she's playing. She's the second highest run scorer in the competition this season. 250 runs in 5 innings, strike rate of 85 with 9 runs, so she's having an excellent time.
And the age is?
It's probably not polite to say,
that's
being a lady and all.
But she's still going. Proper athlete, you've seen that from a lot of sports, women and sportsmen. It's not just going to be one sport you play. Likes of Herschel Gilbs in any sport, your A.B. de Villiers. So lovely to see on the women's side of things in the sport that you see likes of professional sportswomen in both athletics and cricket.
Of course, there's another top quality javelinist in this Lions team, and Tasman Brits.
Oh, yeah.
She also represented South Africa in the javelin internationally, as Madison Lunsman is back for a second over, rotating with Khomotso Rapu. Oh, what beautifully flighted. It just dropped down in the block hole, and you could see Zintlekula was very cautious and nervous about that delivery.
One of the other javelinists that we know of, Mashanti Langa, I think it is provincial, I think, and then end up coming and played professional cricket.
Yeah,
when it is action, you could see there was a bit of javelin technique there.
Yeah, he bowled like he threw the javelin. It bowled at the speed of light.
Shana.
Interesting that Tasman Brits doesn't bowl at all, really, and Sunet Viljoen bowls occasionally, but it's more sort of slow medium than anything particularly quick. It's going to be one towards square leg as Karaba Misa, the wicketkeeper, cleans up. $90 for 5 now. Elandre Janse van Rensburg off the mark with that single. Yeah, with the pace that Lunsman bowls, you do have time to actually go on the back foot and give yourself a bit of room.
No, I think the spinners now can play around with it. I think they're in a good position to just check a few things out. Oh, that's a bit of width.
Yeah, and a bit too short from Lunsman, and well put away for 4 by Zintlekula. Takes her to 6. And the total is 94 for 5.
I think now she's got a sweeper out. Looking to squeeze.
Played off the back foot, even though it was a very full delivery. But another single for Kula takes her to 7, ends the 26th over, 95 for 5, just 6 overs left now.
I feel like the energies in the nights are better. There's a bit of, I feel like we need if they could have a little bit of intent in between the wickets, a lot of wanting to look for that run each and every ball.
Yeah, more urgency perhaps
Urgency
was called for when they came back after the rain delay. They've kind of just let the innings drift to its conclusion, just 6 overs left, but maybe Kula and Jansen van Rensburg can head out a bit in these last 6 and try and get that total up towards 130 or so. They're going at 3.4 runs per over at the moment, which is probably not enough. It's a bit of a loose waft by Kula. Miso quick to get the bails off. Nice glove work there.
I was very impressed with Miso in the World Cup, the Ladies World Cup, Under 19 World Cup.
She's a fantastic talent, no doubt about it.
No doubt about that. And I saw she scored 128 against Free State.
Yeah, against these self-same Knights. Yeah, in the first game of the season, which the Lions won by over 100 runs. They batted first on that occasion. Today they will be chasing as Kula adds another single. And the Knights really need a good, strong finish here, just so they can post something remotely challenging for this powerful Lions batting lineup. Nice hit.
Shot.
Over wide mid-on. Long on will get across. So come back for 2. They must. And they do safely enough.
Running there, good running there. Van van Rensburg. She's in camera. I think she's gonna take them on the way.
This is also Tazaki's last over. She's hit down to long on for one.
AJ van Rensburg going for, is it 4 runs? 4 in 4. I think that's the runner ball we're talking about. Try to look for something each and every ball. There's the dot balls that are creating the pressure, and you end up seeing those loose shots.
So Tozaki finishes with excellent figures of 2 for 19 in her 7 overs. So the Lions have bowled 16 overs of spin, which have gone for 45 runs. So and 3 wickets. Their spin bowling really is a great strength of theirs, and of course they're missing in this game the all-rounder Jenna Evans, who's injured, but she's taken half a dozen wickets for them this season, an average of just 15. Another spinner, so Knights can count themselves lucky maybe that they have one less spinner to deal with than they would normally. Hit down the ground nice and firmly, just to 1 though, to Cowling at long on.
Loving the way EJ van Rensburg is batting. She's looking for each and every ball. She's looking to score some runs. I think a lot of batters from the Knights should learn from that. I think as they started, there's a way that you can see a dot ball coming, but try to find a way and find a single in each and every ball, still playing the same shot, a bit of intent into the shot. I think that's one thing that coaches are trying to always try to teach in terms of that cricket is evolving to T20 cricket. That each and every ball, if it's a ball, if it's a straight ball, try to block it, but always try to look to still find some intent into the ball and look for a single. I think that's how cricket is evolving into.
Yeah, I think in these limited overs formats, runner ball is really your starting point. That's what you've got to be looking at as a minimum. Meets it on the full, but can't really get it away. She maybe would have been better off not charging quite so far down the wicket. It might have been easier for her to handle if she'd stayed where she was. Landry Janssen van Rensburg, so Lunsman got away with one there.
When you look at T20 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, now people are approaching the game in a similar way in terms of 50 over cricket, in terms of T20 cricket. Look at the high scores now getting scored in Pakistan. They know they're flat wickets, but the intent that the batters are putting in every ball, you're trying to look for runs, and in a safer way, not just swinging your bat and trying to look to hit it corner. So I think that's how the game is evolving. Try to find ways each and every ball to score a run.
Nicely put away through extra cover. There must be 2 here, surely. No, just the one. Oh, nasty bounce for Madison Lunsman. Did well to stop that, hitting herself on the head. 103 for 5 after 30 overs. And we will now have change in commentary with Odwa Bata and Aya Imyoli continuing until the close of this innings.
Come on. How was your little break there?
Well, no, it was much needed, a little bit there. But hey, we're coming back towards the final phase of this game with the last 5 overs to go. Actually 4, sorry, because we're playing a total of 34 overs in this game today. We've lost 16 overs due to all the rain that has come and the thunder that has passed us by. It's really been a sort of a stop-start type of day today. But right now, I think the DP World Lions will be more than happy because they've picked up 2 additional wickets within that space of the last 10 overs. That's a white ball on the offside there on that occasion. And you just see the relative, the relative hurry in the bowler Mkhize on that occasion, where she just knows that she needs to get through this over pretty quickly.
Looking at the...
Oh, that's a decent shot.
One.
It's a nice cut shot through there at point, but it's all the way stopped around the fence, just keeping it down to the single. What do you think now, Aya? What's the plan here for the Knights in trying to get more runs on the board here in the last 4 overs of this game, this innings?
Loving the way AJ van Rensburg is showing some intent into it. Each and every ball is looking to find runs. Swinging it again, single there. The intent that she's showing, loving it. I think if they could have done that earlier on, I think the score won't be where it is now. But just looking at the field, I think they're trying to. I think the plans are here to bowl wicket to wicket. I know they've got. They're gonna try to swing now, but they've got 3rd man in. It's a bit of a worry. The Nick can go anyways, yeah.
Shot. That's a really decent shot down the ground, but not enough power on that one on that occasion, and it's just stopped relatively easily and keeps it down to the single, but it's a good shot straight down the ground. I mean, Zintle Kula is just lifting up her bat and just playing through the line of the ball, and that was a decent shot straight down the ground for the single there. Bit of a mix-up there again. Bit of a mix-up. We've seen that quite a lot in the last 5 to 10 overs at least. The running in between the wickets hasn't been as clear as it was in the first half of the innings. But at least if you don't lose a wicket, then you can't really call it bad running now, can you?
I think they know that they're under pressure and they're looking for runs. It's a nice shot there.
It's another shot down in the deep to
Single.
Mid-wicket. Also another single. It's important to rotate strike here at the final phase of the game, but also at the same time you need more runs in order to actually put up a score that would look defendable under the conditions of playing 34 overs per side.
And you look at the Lions batting order, they bat very deep. So it's one thing that the Knights, back of the minds, they know these people bat very deep and they're a very attacking team. So they have to up it up from here. Try to cut the dot ball count again. Been mentioning that word a lot today. Dot ball count. But yeah.
End of the 31st over. Free State Knights are 108 for 5. 3 overs to go now left in the innings. That's a minimum of 18 deliveries. And with the Janse van Rensburg, it's Madison Landsman now with the ball in hand to come into her 4th over here of this innings. It's been relatively tight. It's been relatively tight from the spinners today, but somehow the Knights have actually tried to find some runs. Oh, it's a full toss, so she tries to come down the wicket to meet it, but doesn't really get it off nicely timed off the bat, so it's just skewed away into the leg side, and deep mid-wicket cleans up and puts it down again to a single. You can see the frustration on Janse van Rensburg out there while she mistimed that shot. She's still practicing how to play it now.
They've just taken out deep square, and I think Slice is coming back in now for Van Riebeck, and they will stop mid-off.
I like the intent.
Mid-off is gone and mid-on is out.
Shot again down the ground. This time Faye Cowling does the simple fielding, keeps it down to 1. It's been 3 ones and 3 balls. So far the rotation of strike has been good in this over, with Zintle Kula and Janse van Rensburg against Madison's spinning. But it also needs to just up the ante just a little bit. They are desperate to find that boundary. Into space, opportunity, just drops behind Ayabonga Kaka there in the inner ring as the ball just goes just over her head. It was a chance for a little bit, but as soon as the ball just cleared her head, you just saw that it was a bit too far off. and it was really going to be a tough catch to actually make anyway.
Down the ground. Shot for one. I think we need boundaries now on the Knights' ladies' side. I think boundaries would up the tempo. We've got 113 for 5 and 31.5 overs, 2.1 overs left. Ooh, and that's kind of wide.
Definitely just dragged a bit down leg side on that occasion, and that's a wide against Madison Lunsman. It's been a productive over, I'd say, because there's been a run on each and every delivery thus far. It's a full toss on that occasion, but just not timed well enough again. It drops short off the fielder at deep long off. Keeps it down to a single yet again. You can see Zintle Kula and Janssen van Rensburg just trying to up the ante and the tempo of this run scoring here. I like the intent. It's actually there to show that they want to score runs, and that brings the end of the 32nd over. Free State Knights are 115 for 5 with 2 overs to go.
That's why the power play is very important. I think when you have a power play, you should play a very positive cricket in terms of trying to find the boundaries. So I think, what would you have changed now and earlier on? What on the Knights batting side, what would you have changed? What do you think?
I think probably be more attacking in that opening phase, but given the overhead conditions in the first 10, trying to manufacture a shot there was Zintle. She missed it completely, and then it goes through Karabo Meso as well on that occasion. 4 byes given by the umpire. Much needed runs at that escape. She just tries to go too far on the offside. She misses it completely though, as it goes in between her legs and straight through Karabo Meso as she was obscured in that moment. There's nothing she could have really done about that one.
I don't remember when the last time we saw a boundary. I think we need more of those now on the Knights. 119 for 5. We've got 1.5 overs left.
Shot.
It's a single. It's a good single there.
Just kept down to 1. And back to your point, I think you always look to score hard against the new ball in the power play, but when conditions against you and the bowling was as tight as Ayabonga Kaka made it in that early morning session, it was very difficult for the Knights to actually get going at all. Shot straight down the ground, and this time and cleaned up actually very nicely, because I actually thought there was much more on that. It looked dead set to actually be going to the fence, but good fielding on around by Tasman Brits there at the end.
You could see
it's actually Thompson doing the fielding.
You could see when Aya was bowling, the experience that we had, she was not searching, she just kept it simple and just created the pressure.
Manufacturing a shot there is Zintle. She misses it again for the second time, and for the second time in the over, it goes through Karabo Meso, and it's 4 byes yet again.
4 byes again.
The Knights just creep up down to 125 for 5 with 8 balls remaining now in this innings. It really, what can you do about those situations there? Zintle is just trying to give herself enough room. She's trying to put it leg side. She knows that her gaps are there.
Second time, I think it's working. I think you stick with the working plan. Doesn't matter how you get your runs, but the runs are coming in. It's a nice single from Zintle Kula there.
It's a very good length on that occasion, given that she's trying to maneuver and manufacture a shot on the full length delivery. She just pulls the length back, Relebohile Mkhize, on that occasion, and it makes it harder for Zintle to just get it off the middle of the bat. And on that occasion, she just prods it down onto long on for a single.
She's taking her time there.
I think Relebohile will just want to get out of the over here. I mean, it's conceded about 11 already with the 8 runs coming from 2-4 byes. Catch it, Chopper-G!
Catch there from Aya Kaka. Good effort there.
That actually came all the way into her hands, and then I think as she fell over, apart from collecting it, because it looked like she got to it, she collected it fairly, and then as she hit the ground, it just popped out of her hands. It'll go down as a missed opportunity, but the Knights will be happy to take the runs again there on that occasion. Ayabonga Kaka, Oh goodness me, that was a good opportunity to get the wicket, but unfortunately it will go down as a drop catch. And here she is now to actually finish off the innings with this last over. It goes to Ayabonga Kaka as she will be bowling her 7th over of the game. And that'll be her final over, and that'll be the final over in the innings as well. 33 overs done. Free State Knights 127 for 5.
Back into the attack, Aya. Experienced Aya Kaka. Very calm. Human being. Everything she does very chilled with experience. She's been playing for quite a lot of time. I think she just came back from an injury, looking to find their way back to the national team. The Aya dot ball to start off.
It's a very simple situation here now for the DP World Lions. Just ensure that you don't go for any extra runs in this over.
Very interesting fielding positions here. I think they've got the sweeper outside, means no width, anything that's going to be width. So she's going wicket to wicket, stumps to stumps, how it looks like. Everything is on the leg side.
It's a really good shot from Janssen van Rensburg there. Just straight down to that fielder at long on. Takes the single. She hit that sweetly, but either side of Faye Cowling there, any bit, 1 meter just left or right, and that could have been a different story, as that ball could have probably got to the boundary. That's how good it was hit down the ground. Bowled.
Yeah, it's a slower ball there. With a cutter there.
The slower ball from Aya, and then just the tiny bit of bat from Zintle Kula. And we just need to check this. They're coming back for... Oh, that's out. That's definitely out. They were coming back there for that 4th run of that delivery. Initially, first it was that brilliant bit of fielding at the boundary that actually stops the ball going over the fence. And then the throw straight onto the stumps.
Beautiful fielding there. Beautiful fielding there from the Lions fielder. Efforts there, gun efforts from there. Never gave up till the end. And proper throw there.
And it looked to be Madison Landsman out there.
Madison.
Who was doing the cleanup. My goodness, that was proper fielding. For starters, to manage to just stop that ball from going all the way down to the fence for 4, and then the necessity to understand where you are and to run in back on field, pick up and throw it down the stumps, and you manage to hit it all the way from that position so deep into the outfield. Fantastic bit of fielding there, and that was wicket number 6. 3 runs taken from that delivery, which puts the score at 131 for 6 for the Free State Knights. Goodness me, that was excellent fielding. Madison Landsman, well done. Wow, 3 balls left to go in the innings. If you're looking at the situation, what do you do now?
You swing harder. That's the only way to go. You still have some wickets in hand. I think I just looked the ball. That's right. Single.
Aya is exceptionally sticking to her field on that occasion. We spoke about how there was no necessity to have a sweep out on the offside, because that image in itself gives you the fact that Aya is going to be bowling full and straight. It's really been so good so far from Ayabonga Kaka. All day today she's been on it. Shot. It's down the ground and cut off on that occasion. Keeps it down to just 2. Again, that was well fielded by Kirsty Thompson. She's really been everywhere, and I think every other over she'll switch sides from mid-off to long-off. It's just looking better and better, and she's been so good out there today. She's kept so many balls from reaching the boundary.
Oof, that's a beautiful ball. Some Aya Kaka there. And that will be
And that's the
End
over.
of the innings.
And that's the end of the innings. Free State Knights women end the innings after 34 overs on 134 for 6. DP World Lions women will come in looking to chase down 135 runs for victory here in this game today. It's been a really, really good day. It's been a really good day for cricket, outside the scope of us losing overs due to rain in the early hours of this morning. But looking at that scorecard today, Yolanda Potgieter, 9 from 25. Veronis Reddy, bowled by Faye Cowling without scoring. Mane Smith and Luyanda Nzuza with that partnership in the middle that actually helped the VKNB Knights, actually helped the Free State Knights to get to where they are today. Smith going for 27 of 48. Luyanda Nzuza, 27 from 40. Azal Cilliers coming in later on for her 13 of 35. Zintle Kula was brilliantly run out by Landsman for 20 of 31. And Janse van Rensburg, not out. It was an innings of some good substance. 16 of 20 balls there.
At least there's something on the board. I think if got score, I think Lions have nothing. I think they should come in. The Knights should look to come in with intent here, trying to get the wickets, because they've got something on the board. The Lions have nothing on the board.
Well, if you're looking at 135 right now, well, actually 134 in the end, the target being 135. Who would you be happy with? Looking at the figures for today's bowlers, Abonga Kaka's 7 completed overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 18 runs. It's really been a good outing for her. Faye Cowling with only her 3 overs in the power play earlier on today, 1 for 21. Rebohile Mkhize didn't actually manage to pick up a wicket today, but she actually had a really good day with the ball. 6 overs, no wickets for 31. Khomotso Rapo was really a standout today with her 7 overs, 1 wicket for 12 runs. And Ndoza Kerasiva was helping out with that spin today as they were bowling in tandem. 7 overs, 2 wickets for 19. And Madison Landsman to close things off for the Lions. 4 overs, not for 25. So in that dugout, who's more comfortable right now at this moment halfway through the game?
Yeah, man, I think the Lions are on the upper hand there. But you never know with modern cricket, man. I think you've got to score something, is something that you can defend. They've got 134, and the Lions have to work each and every ball to achieve those runs. I think one thing I'll tell you about is there has to be a lot of positive bowling and looking to strike from the Knights when they come in to bowl. I think with this score you cannot come in defensive. I think you always try to look and to strike and try to get wickets. You never know. 1 wicket can lead to 3 wickets.
Agreed.
They just have to keep on going. And skies are opening up. Let's hope the wicket won't be that flat. There'll still be something on the wicket for the ladies from Bloemfontein. And yeah.
Well, it's been a good day so far. Be sure to join us in a bit for the second innings of this game as the DP World Lions women look to chase down 135 for victory.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the DP World Lions are about to start their chase against the Free State Knights. We had 3 different delays due to bad weather during the night's innings. They posted 134 for 6 in 34 overs, and DLS has adjusted that score to 136. So the Lions have 137 to win in 34 overs. With me is Odwa Bata. Odwa, who do you fancy at the moment?
I think you'd fancy the DP World Lions at this moment. They really do have a very strong batting lineup, and they bat very deep. And I did make mention of that earlier today. Starting up well.
Nonkululeko Tabete taking the first delivery from Janse van Rensburg.
Tasman Brits opening with Tabete. You just look at that combination and you know those are 2 very strong opening batters.
I fancy this is a Gazelle Janse van Rensburg.
Oh,
Wow, wide, good work by the wicketkeeper there to prevent any byes. Veronisa ready.
It really should be a very good start from the Lions if they make sure that they can get some quick runs in this opening power play. Then all of a sudden they break the back of this chase, and then it's something completely different then on.
Tucked to square leg for 1, and Tabete and the Lions are otherwise. I think you're the second, but ready, the wicketkeeper has got there quickly.
It's often a very difficult situation to look for 2 there in that occurrence, because majority of the time, if it's the keeper that's running after the ball, then you need more players to actually back up behind the stumps, and there goes your opportunity, because now you can't really collect it cleanly with your bare hands.
The good thing was that the intent was there though by the Lions. They got the 1 and they were looking for the second. Nice to see that in the first over of the innings, as Tasman Brits, the Proteas star, has just faced her first delivery, and she's going to be very important in this run chase. The Knights need to get her early, one fancies, if they're going to have any chance of defending a fairly moderate total.
Oh, we really speak about the importance of that wicket, because we all understand how distracted Tasman Brits can be, especially against that new ball. If the Knights manage to get her early, then yes, it kind of changes the whole complexion of how many wickets now they need, or how they want to go around getting the wickets that they need to actually put the pressure onto the Lions.
Quick single, oh, clean pick up there, and Tasman Brits might have been struggling. One fancies is that Swart, Annika Swart, at extra cover running around. If she gathered that cleanly and thrown, Brits could have been in trouble. And a single to square leg again to end the over. And 4 without loss after the first over. And the Knights, I think, will be happy to see that the clouds are still
In and around.
over the field. It's a slightly heavy atmosphere, it's a bit humid, and they can expect to also get a bit of movement with that new ball. We saw Gazelle Janse van Rensburg there, just a little bit of shape into the right-handers.
And one thing I've noticed immediately, Ken, is just the intent from the DP World Lions batters out there, and quick singles on offer, they're taking them. They're just pushing to actually just, turn over the pressure to the fielding side in the Knights. And that's something that you didn't see in the opening power play of that first innings. The Knights were comfortable sitting back, just trying to absorb the pressure, building up the dots. And that's not what you're seeing now from the Lions. They're just going for it. In the first over, there's been no maidens. There's been relatively quick runs, and there's been good calling in between the 2 batters.
Exactly right. The difference in intensity has been obvious, and it's going to be Lucian Swartz to open the bowling from the golf course end. She's a key bowler for the Knights. Here she comes to Tabete. Oh, not a great start. Lucian Swartz is second in the bowling averages for the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. She's taken 9 wickets, the third most in the competition, an average of just 11.77, and is going for just 4.41 runs per over. She's got the best figures this season so far, of 6 for 29 against the Badgers. Oh, Tabete, that was loose. And Lucian Swart, she'll be feeling confident. She's a bowler in form.
And in all retrospect, at this point, they need that type of performance today. 6 wickets for 29. Talk about a game-changing bowling performance. That's exactly what she needs to come up with. And if they want to learn anything from that first innings when the Knights were batting themselves, is they don't want to just afford any extras to the DP World Lions at this point. I mean, you don't have a relatively large target, so you don't want to be giving away free runs at any given moment in this game.
Hooked away a little bit off the top edge by Tabete. Lands safely though. Of course, in the power play, only 2 fielders allowed out on the boundary, and they were at fine leg in third man. So a couple of runs for Tabete.
Her reaction following that shot says it all. She's just a bit frustrated that didn't come out of the middle, because she was eyeing that boundary. She was just looking at that vacant space over square leg, and that's exactly where she got it. Just not enough to actually push the ball over the fence.
Nicely driven, but straight to point, to deflects it to cover point. No run though. You mentioned the wides, and as well as the DP World Lions bowled, they had 11 wides in the first 60 runs. They got a bit better the rest of the innings, only conceded 2 more, but that was a bit of a problem for them.
We talk about the importance of just not piling up the extras, because now you're doing one more job for the bowling, for the batting side that you really don't need to be doing. You're giving them free rein, you're giving them that experience of, you know what, I can just sit myself in and bat myself in while I get runs anyway. So you just want to continuously build the pressure, especially when you know that your target score is not that big.
Was it the first 8 runs or all wides or something in the innings? Quite extraordinary.
That's not something you see every day.
Tabete, not sure if she was trying to play that or not, and it nearly got her in trouble.
When we look at how good Lucian Swartz is at that length, it just looks like Tabete is unsure of whether she should be going forward to play, or maybe she should look to cut on the back foot, but she's relatively uncertain about where the ball pitches and length.
Again, thoughts of a single, but wisely they decide no, and that's the end of the second over. DP World Lions 7 without loss.
It's a relatively good start, it's a decent start, but they also need to keep in mind at the end of them, looking at the conditions again, we might be in for another break, but we just hope now the Rangers stays away so that we can just get through this innings and have a result in this game.
Yeah, the Lions third in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series standings. They've won 3 and lost 2 of their 5 games. They 3 points behind Western Province, as Gazelle Janssen van Rensburg does well to stop that firm straight drive from Tasman Brits. 3 points behind Western Province and 14 points behind the leaders, the Dolphins. But the Lions have a game in hand on both those teams. But one does feel that they probably have to win all 5 of their remaining matches to try and claim the title. Brits has got this away behind square on the offside. It should just be 1. Here comes the throw from third man, and a good one too.
You mentioned, Ken, the importance of the next games coming on to this point, and looking at the situation that the Lions are currently in right now, they would really want to win this one game to kick off that chase, to actually try and chase down that title. And coming into the next 5 games, they need to be playing out of their skin on every single occasion to ensure that they win on every single game.
Yeah, they had a difficult first half of the season with lots of call-ups to national teams, both the senior team and the under-19s, and the schedule as well. It was a bit sort of stop-start. They'd play for 1 week and then be off for a couple, and it just feels they struggled to get a bit of momentum, but the games come thick and fast now, so they can build up some momentum. Janse van Rensburg's got a fair amount of pace behind her.
She does look decent coming in at this point. It's been a really good start for her as well. It looks like she's just trying to bring the ball back into the pads of Tabete. But on that occasion, she just offered a bit of room, but fortunately it was hit straight to the field and there was no run there on that court. There it is.
Struck on the pads, maybe too high. Tabete on the back foot though.
I think the umpire agrees with you there, Ken.
She's going to survive. Let's look at the replay. Maybe just outside off stump, but actually hit her on or about the roll. So, in fact, I think it might have just been outside the line that saved her there. But perhaps she should have been coming forward and not playing back to that delivery.
Oh, definitely agree.
Nicely slapped away through the covers now, though, by Nonkululeko Tabete. And she has her first boundary.
That was an excellent shot. Following that close call in that previous delivery, that was a really excellent shot. Just leans into that and she just follows through on the drive. And it was a perfect shot to actually cut that ball through the covers for 4. But looking back at that LBW chance relatively there on that second last delivery of that over, I mean, it was really close. It was very, very close, and the ball was coming back nicely into Tabete. It's 3 overs gone now. It's 12 for naught. The DP World Lions are still requiring 125 more runs to win.
In 31 overs though, so they'll be pretty content with their start. They're going at 4 and over already, which is exactly the rate required from here on in. And importantly, no early wickets as of yet.
I mean, yes, 186 balls to make 125. I'd also take those odds.
Yeah, Lions certainly odds-on favourites at the moment.
Tabete really needed that boundary. She was a bit fidgety, you know, coming in before that stroke in the last ball of that over, the previous over from Janse van Rensburg. It was very, very interesting to see her play that. She was just lent into it beautifully and she just drives it through the covers.
Oh, it's a mighty blow. Tasman rips straight over the bowler's head and clears the boundary with plenty to spare.
Wow, just wow.
Watch this
through
again.
The line. She just plays it through the line, dead straight for 6. I mean, goodness, she does have the power. We all know she has that strength and that power to follow through on that shot. But the follow through was also equally beautiful. She knows she just nailed that straight down the ground for 6. Oh,
yeah.
What a shot.
That was imperious and just too much width from Swartz, allowing Brits to free her arms, give it a nice full swing. And that has been dispatched. 18 without loss now. Brits goes to 8. That'll make her feel that she's underway now. Swartz needs to be bowling, I think, a little bit tighter to off stump. Better, but good work in the covers to cut that one off by Zintlekula.
It really has been a good start so far for the Lions. I mean, 18 runs in the first 4 overs. You look in retrospect to where the Knights were in their first 4 overs. I think they had about 1 or so run off the bat at that moment because there was 2 maiden overs in there, but there was a couple wides that were offloaded to them in that space of time. I think they were on 8 after the 5th over, but they already lost the 1 wicket. It's been a really good start.
Yeah, the skill and just making sure they get the one there. Brits, that delivery was on or about off stump, mid-off is up. So she just hit it slightly across the line, down to long on, easy single for the classy opener. Again, too much width from Swartz and beautifully just stroked away through the covers for 4 by Nonkululeko Tabete.
There's such a balance between the opening pair here of Tasman Brits and Nkululeko Tabeta. One you see is some beautiful stroke play, and on the other side, all you see is just deadly power. It's interesting when you see them bat together. I mean, that was a beautiful shot into the covers. And that gap is not too big between Zinhle over there at extra cover, but she just pierces it beautifully.
Yeah, it was a lovely stroke. Really classy by Tabete, who has been around for a while. We've been raving about Tasman Brits and her power, and obviously a key player in the Proteas at the moment, but Nkululeko Tabete has played 143 list day games, has played a Test and an ODI and a T20 for South Africa as well. And she can play, certainly. End of the fourth over, 23 without loss.
If she continues on the form that she's finding with the Lions now, I might think those games will be a lot more come in the next international tours.
Yeah, she's 32 years old at the moment. But certainly a very valuable performer for the Lions. Nicely put away by Tasman Brits. Too short, too wide by Van Rensburg, and Brits has just smashed that through the onside for 4.
On that occasion, Janse van Rensburg just offered too much. There's too much width, it's too short. There's enough time to actually just sit back, roll back on that back foot and just swing her arm straight through that ball. And it hits that area of mid-wicket, just splices the gap and all the way quickly for 4. I mean, Ken, given the amount of rain that we've had, I'm still surprised about how fast this outfield still is.
Does drain very, very well. Better length from Van Rensburg and the dot ball. It's a very nice opening partnership, this, I feel, as well, and you alluded to it, Odwa. Tabete's kind of like the rock in this batting lineup. She's the one who kind of plays the composed cricket, picks up the singles, rotates the strike. Happy to bat for long periods while the stroke players around her get busy, and someone like Tasman Brits will be very aggressive, as we've seen already now in these last couple of overs.
And you're right, Ken, when you look at that, you look at Tabete thinking, yeah, she's definitely going to be the one to try her best to anchor the innings. Because you look at that lineup, Brits, Lasman, Thompson, Meso, all of those are stroke players who actually enjoy bat on ball every chance they come to bat.
And Sunette Viljoen-Low averaging 50 this season, second highest run score off the edge, but there are no slips in place. It's safely down to third man for 1.
Everywhere on that lineup, all you see is just so much depth in the talent of these batters to come. And immediately, if you're looking at this game right now and the night setup, you just want to get as many wickets as you can up front and try to break down the chase here in order to not be behind the 8 ball immediately up front.
A little bit of shape into the right-hander again, and Tabete watchful there. And already the Lions are 15 runs ahead of the DLS par score, going along at 5.8 to the over, when the original asking rate was just 4.02 runs per over, but a tidy end to the 5th over by Janse van Rensburg. It's 28 without loss.
5 overs and 28 runs, no wickets lost. It's a very, very different speculation of what the first innings was in this game.
Judging by the helmet that's just been brought onto the field for wicketkeeper Verunisa Reddy, I think we might well be seeing some spin early in the piece here, the 6th over.
It's often your go-to spectrum to think we should just have some spin to try and change things up. Maybe pace off the ball is going to work for us, given the conditions, given maybe the moisture now in the wicket. There might just be a little bit of that drift and turn slightly to it. Maybe we can just try and use that to your advantage. Maybe squeeze enough pressure to try and pick up a wicket.
Yeah, I think Tasman Brits has quite enjoyed the pace. The ball coming on nicely. Both Swartz and Janse van Rensburg have decent pace, but Tasman Brits has got off quickly against 14 or 13 balls. And it's going to be Luyanda Nzuza who is going to bowl some spin from the golf course end. Long on and long off rather, and cow corner, the two fielders on the boundary. Bit of off spin, and straight away cow corner will come into play.
I think looking at the field, you immediately judge that they know exactly where Tasman's strongest shots are, especially in and around that area of the wicket. You know how she likes to just punch it all the way over that field over there, and she loves it to play straight. It's often difficult. Where do you defend with two fielders? Where do you defend, especially against such a quality player like Tasman Brits?
It'll be interesting to see if Tasman does bring the sweep shot out, because both square leg and fine leg up in the circle. It's not as strong a shot for her, as you said, as hitting down the ground. Tidy work there by square leg, Lucian Swartz. Been a bit short in this over in Nzuza, but Swartz again makes the stop, but the rebound allows the batters to scamper through for the single.
And they did manage to just pick up a quick single there. You look at the intent that Tabete is showing. The minute she saw that ball pop out of Swartz's hands, she was like, yes, there's definitely an opportunity for a single there. And Tasman just agreed to it. And just the understanding and the balance between the two opening batters. It's always interesting to watch, and how you see how they play off each other.
And being alert to those opportunities. Right, last ball of the over for Nzuza. Hasn't gone too badly, just 2 runs off it. But tries to power it down the ground, but the bowler's in the way. So spin certainly seems to have quietened things down a bit for the Knights. Good first over by Nzuza. It's 30 without loss after 6 overs.
At this point now, Ken, you're looking at the situation, you're thinking, okay, the seamers have gone for plenty, maybe up front in the first 5 overs. Do we have enough depth with the spin? And this is what the question that the Knights will be asking themselves. Do we have enough depth to spin in this context of the game? Because they desperately do need wickets early. And you're looking at the difference now. It's 107 left to go. They still have about 28 overs remaining. There's so much time left in the game, and there's not enough runs to really play with. So they need to try and build on some pressure, and they need to create the opportunity to get wickets.
Well, we hope there's a lot of time left in the game. You just saw the shot of the stadium looking behind our grandstand. Not too bad, but as we look now down towards the golf course end, I'm afraid there are some quite dark clouds. They look rather foreboding. But we're going to have a change of bowling as well from the quarter drive end, as Zintle Kula comes on to bowl her seamers. Good tidy start to Tabete.
And Tabete is not looking to rush herself at all in this innings. She knows the benefit of having all these other striking batters around her. So she can always just play herself in and take her opportunities as they come. She's made use of those balls that are just pitched up for and enough width that she can just play through the offside. And she's taking quick singles whenever it's necessary, so that she just facilitates the scoring rate here.
Start on the cut there, Tabete. Zintle Kula has the most economical bowling figures in the competition this season. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17 against Western Province in Cape Town. And Western Province, one of the stronger teams in this league, so that was a very good performance indeed. Zintle Kula, she'll be looking to replicate that and get a few wickets as well. Oh no, that's too wide, and Tabete probably could have left that and it would have been called wide.
Ah, definitely. Sometimes it's just always a question of which white balls do you leave. But then again, she might have thought to herself that might be her opportunity to actually just get a run, or maybe even more than just a single off of that delivery, because there was enough width there for her to play through that. space to cut through point.
Oh, that's nicely bowled by Kula. Better length and a bit closer to off stump, and Tibet is sparring at it. See the replay.
Oh, it was a good ball. It's a lot closer than the previous delivery, so I think Tabeta was probably just thinking of going for a forward defense on that occasion instead of actually playing the shot that she was trying to play in the previous ball.
Yeah, one really shouldn't be defending that far outside your off stump.
Definitely.
If you're going to play at it, it needs to be an attacking stroke, otherwise just leave it, rather. And that one has been called wide now.
And on your point, kid, she does look like she was overbalancing there when she was trying to be defending that ball so wide outside of her off stump.
Driven away through cover point by Tabete. She's got that too. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary, as there's some good speed shown across the turf by the Knights fielders. Couple of runs though.
You initially thought that might actually go to the fence, but Yolandi Borgeta made sure to just pull that ball back in. She chased it down with absolute intent. You just see that they are ready to defend this total of 137 as much as they can. And they're supporting their bowlers, and that kind of builds on the pressure, and it does offer you something as a bowler.
Yes, when you're defending a moderate total, which this one is, you really need to be good in the field to really cut off the singles, not allow any easy runs, because you can't afford them. 33 without loss after 7 overs. Both Tabeta and Brits on 15 not out.
I think I alluded to the scoring rate so much so in that first innings, and right now they're sitting at, is it 5 or is it 4.7 runs to the over? And in comparison to that, you look where the Knights were, and they were scoring at 3.7, 3.9 to the over. So it's been a very, very different start to the second innings. A partnership of 33 runs in the opening stand. Tabeta with 15 of 26, Brits with 15 of 16, sorry. It's really been a good game so far. It's been a really good start from the Lions.
Punched away into the covers by Brits. We just saw the Lions dug out there between overs, and Madison Lunsman and Karaba Miso had it up. The next two batters to come in, two youngsters. The experience of Kirsty Thompson moving down the order a bit.
I like how brave Nzuza is at this moment. I mean, an 18-year-old facing up against one of the best batters South Africa has to offer in Tasman Brits, and you're spinning into a position where we are playing in the power play right now. There's so many other spaces to score runs, but you back yourself enough to deliver what is required.
There is that sweep shot from Brits. It was wide down the leg side and called wide by umpire Renee Nell. Yeah, Leonda Nzuza looks a really promising cricketer. I thought she batted very nicely with great composure for her 27, and she's started well with the ball here, as you say, in the power play to a Proteas star, and it's just going to be a single to long off. Get the attacking batter off strike. Not a bad move.
Just showing up with the single there on that. Oh, Tabeta.
Nice touch by Nkululeko Tabeta. She wanted the second, but the fielding is good by Yolandi Potgieter. We said in the last over that she was pretty quick across the field.
I really reckon that was a good call to not go for 2 on that, on that one.
Yeah, it would have been trouble. Oh, struck on the pads, but I fancy that's going down the leg side.
Immediately no from the umpire. Wasn't even a second thought about it. Maybe it might have looked closer. Let's just see here on the replay. Ah no, it's definitely on the leg side. That's an excellent call to not be giving that out.
Brits again favouring the back foot, but hitting it straight back to the bowler. End of the 8th over now, 36 without loss, and the DP World Lions have 101 more runs to win. They've got 26 overs in which to get them, so everything going according to plan so far for the home side.
Oh, definitely. It's really been a solid start. And you look at the whole game comprehensively, you start to think, when you bat second under these conditions, knowing exactly what you're going to chase, knowing the time that you have to do it in, and the conditions of batting in a power play also give you that advantage of we can actually take the game by the scruff of the neck and just go out and be at a positive and attacking moment. And Brits and Tabete are in fine form, so these two are the best batters at the top of the order to actually take the game to the ninth.
Yeah, it's difficult to see how the Knights can make a breakthrough, which is what they really need at this stage of the game. They do still have only 2 fielders out on the boundaries, so we're outside the power play now, so they are trying to stop the ones, but for the time being, Brits and Tabete have been too good. Although that's a nice delivery again from Kula.
Zintle started well. She started well in her previous over, only going for 3. She's continuing off exactly where that was. With Zuza also holding off her end on the other side, 2 overs for 5 runs. So far between them, there's been 3 overs and just about 8 runs. It's really been a good moment here for them between the 2 bowlers.
Shuffle down the pitch and a swing and a miss by Tabete.
I think at that pace game, the best thing to do would be to bring your keeper up next to the stumps in order to avoid Tabete trying to create the speed and the pace of the delivery when she tries to play through the line of the ball. And that would also keep her in check, maybe offer the opportunity to get a wicket.
Well, immediately Tasman Brits was down the wicket and having a chat to Tabete, who is now retaking her guard. Looks like a middle and off guard for her. I doubt Tasman Brits told her not to come down the wicket. Tasman Brits being very attack-minded herself.
She is such an aggressive batter.
Nicely hit away through the covers by Tabete. I wonder if Tasman Brits suggested, given that Kula's been bowling very much outside off stump, suggested taking a middle and off guard just so that she can access the ball a bit more easily out there without feeling that she has to come charging down the wicket.
It might have been. Because looking at the difference between the last over when she faced against Sinclair and then this one now, she's actually facing off again. There's time for her to actually reach the ball as it pitches, and evidence being that last shot that she played.
We had this during the early stages of the Knights innings. It's time for a bit of
cutting and pasting.
Yes, sewing work, I guess. Now with the little scissors to cut some loose threads on the ball.
Sinclair Kula. 3 balls in the over with a single. It's actually been a really good start from her, given that pace up front has actually gone for runs. She's come in when her team really needed just that space of control, and she's offered that.
Yeah, she's stuck to her game plan well, good control. A little bit short turn, Brits strong off the back foot, but the cover sweeper will keep it to just 1.
And to your suggestion there, Brits is standing on that middle and off guard, just trying to access the ball to the offside. And previously, when Tabete took that single, she was also in that similar position. This is how well you bat together when you know and understand your partner.
Fine leg dropping back now. 3rd man also on the boundary for Tabete. And down to 3rd man it goes.
I think as much as this game could be won relatively simply by trotting it around, just taking the 1s and 2s, the Knights will really look to try and close off the easy scoring options here in order for them to actually be able to build some sort of pressure against the Lions batters. Because right now it's just free flow, it's an easy way to score runs, there's options everywhere for you to get a single.
Nice drive by Brits, but straight to the fielder. There are of course bonus points to think about on offer. Could be important in the greater scheme of things, and just trying to work out how many overs the Lions would need to chase down the score in. I'll make it possibly 28, 29 overs they would need to get this total in.
And now 9 overs have been completed so far in this game. The Lions are currently 13-9 for no wicket. It's really been a stable partnership because at this point, we remember correctly, the Knights were about 40 for 1.
Yeah, well, it does lay the platform for an attempt at getting a bonus point win here for the Lions. Just 98 more runs to win. Zuza continues. Oh, a bit of turn and bounce there. She goes, that a good rip.
That was an excellent delivery. And Tabete seemed to be stuck again in 2 minds. Do I leave? Do I play? But she was looking to take that on. She wanted to be a bit more aggressive against the spin of Zuza.
Well, initially the width was there, so the batter was thinking a cut, and then it turned and bounced at her. Quick single, well taken.
It's excellent running. That's a really, really good aggressive running. It just draws any pressure that's been created in any sort of time and just puts it back to the fielding side, because now you know you can't really be on the back foot. You need to be on your toes, trying to be attacking to the ball in order to try and close down the spaces and not offer the easy singles.
Yeah, it was clever because mid-wicket's pretty straight. It's quite close to mid-on. Well flighted this time and bashed, but oh my word, no, it's gone through. It's gone through mid-on. It should have been a regulation stop there. But unfortunately, Ilandri Janssen van Rensburg has let that one through, and Tasman Brits gets a bonus 4 runs.
It really is a bonus 4 runs because that was dead straight to her. She did the long berry and everything. It looked like she might just collect it easily enough, but it just went straight through her for a 4.
Perhaps underestimating how hard Tasman Brits does hit the ball, as that's just going to be a 1 to deep square leg. Playing domestically, there won't be many batters who hit the ball as hard as Tasman Brits does. It would have got to Ilandri Janssen van Rensburg pretty quickly.
That's definitely true.
Nicely bowled by Zuza.
It must be so frustrating as a bowler to hit your lengths perfectly. You know, you bowl the right line, the right length. The batter just plays into your field, and then it just goes through the legs for 4. It just gives you that element of feeling more and more frustrated because now we're just giving away runs in the field. And with a tiny score, you know you need to be very set in how good you are in the field.
So 6 runs off the over, 10 overs gone. It's 45 without loss. It could have been a lot better for Nzuza, but for that unfortunate boundary given away, as Odwabata will make way for former Lions, Dolphins, Quickers, Northwest, I think. Started in Border. Northerns as well. Six teams that I am Yori played for.
Yeah,
so he's a well-travelled man.
Yeah. Played, travelled almost all the country just playing cricket there.
What did you have against the Western Cape? You never played for Western Province or Borland?
I got called after Kimberley. Go play. What
a shot by Tasman Brits. She has monstered that straight down the ground.
Yeah, so I moved to, and I got called by Northerns, but then the coach at the time was Rob Waters. It was between them and Western Province. I think I decided to come to the Highveld. I think for a good reason. My family, siblings, everyone was around. It like felt like coming to more of a homely place. But yeah,
And a bit more pace and bounce at
Pace
Supersport
and
Park.
Bounce, Supersport Park, small field. Yeah,
Good comeback by Kula there after being smashed down the ground by Tasman Brits.
loving the night bowlers, enjoying how they bowl. Good actions, smooth actions. From Jansen to Kula to Swartz, beautiful actions. You know, Free State with the seamers.
That's nicely bowled by Kula. A bit of tail into the right-hander there, late in. And Brits taken a little bit by surprise.
Just the only thing I'm just noticing from Kula, just her left arm, it's not going to her eye, but everything from the run up, everything is very smooth. As she gets into the pitch, and the left hand doesn't finish this. It's very lazy. You know, say one thing that I'll just focus on, very quick to go down. A beautiful action, loving what I'm seeing with the Simmers. I can see this team is more bowler strong than better strong, the Knights team.
50 up for the DP World Lions with that single. So an excellent opening partnership between Tasman Brits and Nonkululeko Mbete. Tabete, rather. Nicely guided behind square by Tabete for the single. Yeah, Yoli, of course, now that he's no longer playing, is coaching. So he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the bowling actions.
Yeah, I've always had a passion with bowlers, fast bowlers, something I always love, enjoy. I think something that keeps me going, always looking at youngsters. Even the bowlers, yeah, from the Knights, good actions, very smooth action. As you know, Bloemfontein has produced a lot of fast bowlers.
Surprisingly, given how flat their pitches.
There used to be a lot of bounce in the Free State. I think you like from Alan Donald to, it's got a lot of bowlers, seamers, it's a fast bowler that came from the Free State. And our former Pro-Tier women's coach also there.
I suppose, in a way,
Dylan Dupree.
yeah, having to grow up bowling on such good batting decks forces you to become a better bowler, I guess, because you can't just get by on, putting the ball in an area and allowing the pitch to do the work for you. You've actually got to develop your skills, don't you, in those sort of conditions.
Definitely. I think that's one of the most important things. I think you grow up in, there's the margin for error. So you have to be consistent, you have to run in harder. You go to the Bloom wicket.
Oh, slight little bobble in the field there by the cover sweeper, but no harm done, just a single for Tabete. Takes her to 21.
You go to Bloom wicket, and then you find out you have to hit the wicket. That's why if you're just going to put the ball in there, the batsmen are going to get on top of you. So you have to bowl the ball into the wicket.
Little shuffle down the wicket by Brits, and then she was beaten by the turn. It's the second time that Luyanda Nzuza's got quite a lot of turn out of this pitch and bounce.
Very impressed with this youngster Nzuza. I think even with the bowling, the speed, even the speed that she bowls in, the spin is very good speed. And the turn that she's getting from it, action looks nice and compact. And
turned around the corner, good running between the wickets, easy single in the end to short found egg. Yeah, for an 18-year-old, today we've just seen, if you didn't watch any of the Under-19 World Cup, but you've watched this game, you can see why she was in the SA Under-19 team. She definitely looks like a very exciting all-round talent.
very exciting indeed. you look at the pace, I think she's been all out of the all spinners that have been bowling from the Lions to now, I think pace-wise, and she's still turning it. I think she's been the quickest, but still turning it and getting that bounce, 10 and bounce. So a very prospect there from Zuza, looking ahead to watching her in the future. I think a lot is distant her way.
I agree with you that thinking back at the other spinners we've had for the Lions, Kamoto Rapu, Rasabi Intuzaki, Madison Lunsman, as well as the Lions spinners bowled, I don't think any of them quite had the speed on the ball that Nzuza has produced here. And she's bowling very well to Tasman Brits, the Proteas star. And now she beats Brits outside off stump. Good over by Luyanda Nzuza. Just 2 runs off the bat and a leg by. It's 54 without loss after 12 overs.
Great bowling there from Zuza. I think coming in bowling to probably Brit when she was young, she used to look up to her, and now she just came in and she's bowling to her with confidence and winning the battle, I'd say. Not getting hit for much runs. As you know, Brit's a very attacker of the ball. So for a young lady, very...
Yeah, of course, our national under-19 team making that World Cup final. And it's really tremendous to see the young talent that is in this country, and you know, the support Hollywoodbets have given to Woolwich domestic cricket, helping to professionalise the game, and the system is just getting better and better, ensuring that all these young talents in the pipeline are going to have the best support and the best environment to fulfill their talent. As Yolandi Potgieter comes on to bowl some medium pace from the quarter drive in, just fine-tuning her field. She's got 3 fielders on the boundary, long off, long on, and someone at cow corner. Long off is coming up into the ring. Tabete on strike. But short and wide, and Tabete gets the cut through. Backward point. They'll come back for a second.
Good running there from the ladies from Gauteng. As we spoke about, we spoke about intent in terms of how Brit and Tabete, how they came in. There's a bit of intent. They're looking to score off the run. I think one thing that the Knights in the power play, they didn't do much, is not attacking more, trying to look for runs, and a bit of intent. Not saying that they should just play shots, just hacking it, just playing proper cricket shots, but showing intent. I think that's what they've shown us. And it goes with experience. And the Lions side looks a bit experienced more than the Knight side.
Fantastic bit of fielding there by Lucien Swartz. The shot may have looked a bit edgy, but I think it was quite deliberate by Nonkululeko Tabete, trying to get it down to the 3rd man boundary, but Lucien Swartz has prevented the boundary. Superb bit of work by her. 3 runs though to Tabete. Takes the total to 59 without loss. Potgieter just bowling a bit short and wide. It's full a bit wide again, and that could have been more runs as well. She got away with that run to Brits.
Definitely got away with that. And you also look at how the Lions are bowling. They were more wicket to wicket with their balls. There were a few balls that they were giving width to the batters. I think the way to bowl mostly in the Wanderers, you try not to give width to a batsman, and also shorter side. You always know if you bowl at Wanderers, you bowl those back of the length. There's a nice carry that comes in, but those are not wicket taking balls. In Wanderers, if you're trying to get wickets, you try to get all forms of dismissals in to your LB, or hitting the stumps, your nick and your catch. And that's the way you bowl, wicket to wicket, and try to hit the wickets every time you bowl. That's the most important thing in this stadium.
Tasman Brits seems to be getting a little bit frustrated out there, judging by that stroke. Yeah, you're quite right. You actually need to bowl a little bit fuller at the Wanderers, and I think a lot of visiting teams especially think. But Potgieter, better into the over. Beats Brits outside off stump again. Tasman Brits. She got to the 20s at better than a runner ball, and she's now 27 off 38 balls. So the introduction of spinner in Zuza, I think, has stopped her momentum a bit, and now Potgieter as well, bowling 4 dot balls to her. So that's 13 overs gone, 59 without loss.
Yeah, I think the spinners have slowed the things down. I think same as we saw from our ladies' side, they squeezed a bit. They just tough for the nice batsmen to score some runs. So spin has been king here today.
Evodia Yakile is now going to bowl some spin. I'm not too sure about this bowling change, to be honest. I thought Nzuza's doing a really good job from that end. Why not keep her on? And straight away, Tabete will get the single. What do you think about the bowling change?
Yeah, Nzuza's been bowling very well, probably 4 overs for 13. Maybe it's one of captain's ideas to bring him back in later, which the total is very low. I would have carried on with her and just bowl that till she finishes the overs.
And that's nicely put away through the covers for 4 for Tasman Brits. And that's kind of what I'm getting at about the bowling change, is that for me, Nzuza was keeping Brits quiet. And Tasman Brits is obviously the key wicket to get. Keep the bowler on who's frustrating her, and maybe it draws the false stroke, maybe it draws the mistake. And you get the key wicket of Tasman Brits out. But the bowling change straight away dished up a half volley to Brits, and she gets the boundary, and now she makes it a full toss. Swatted too long on just for 1.
Yeah, you look at the length that Nzuza was bowling. I think a length was a very good length. I think Yakile, she's a length a touch fuller. That's why it's easy for Brits to hit. That's a better length there from her.
And Nzuza was also quicker through the air than Yakile, so more difficult to get down the wicket to Nzuza.
Yeah, the energy that Nzuza was bowling was very good.
Tabete just probably trying to hit that one a bit too hard. That'll be 1 too long off.
Our national sides have been the women's side also ended up in the final, and now the Pro50 guys also ended up in the final. Now the under-19 ladies also in the final. Still waiting for that World Cup trophy. I think it's soon, coming in soon.
If you keep making finals, you're bound to win one eventually. And I just think the women's game, there's still so much scope for growth. I think we're reaching finals and that, and we only, I don't even know, 60%, of the way to really maximizing our talent. This is the first full season of proper professional cricket for the women, so it really does look like there's a very exciting future ahead for the women's game in South Africa, as Potgieter is going to continue to Tabete, 66 without loss after 14 overs. Tabete's been strong. Square of the wicket on the offside, gets the single there.
Yeah, in terms of how much growth the women's cricket has developed in the few years. I remember the likes of Kaka was still starting by border. I think women's cricket was really not identified at that time. And now look at it, how it has grown, and look at how much talent and how much, and there's still a lot of growth that's coming into women's cricket. So I'm looking forward, and it's very exciting in terms of the country, what we're about to see in women's cricket in South Africa.
indeed. And one of the current stars, Tasman Brits, on strike on 32. Potkita did well. She put her body on the line there to stop that one.
Solid shot here from Brit. I think she's showing presence and who she is and the crease there. Look at that solid shot that she just played there.
Yeah,
A bit of intent and intensity into it.
It's intimidating, isn't it? She hits the ball so hard. You hear the crack as it comes off her bat. Well done to the bowler for stopping that. Short and on the pull. Oh, good work. Diving away to stop a boundary. Well, there is a long on in place, but definitely stopped at least one run. Nzuzo again. Batted well, has bowled very well, and shining in the field now.
Having players like Brits in the side, you can see how much growth will give to the younger players at the Lions. I think. Remember, there was a stage in domestic cricket where Proteas used to just move them to different franchises, how to grow. I think it's something that this women's cricket should look into and think able to spread all your Proteas into different franchises where there'll be a lot of growth and learning that will take place, where you know that certain Proteas that are in your team. I think that will do great for our teams.
Yeah, I guess you've got to balance the national interest though with the sort of rights of the players themselves. It's only natural that players tend to gravitate towards the stronger unions. Perhaps they earn a better living at some of the more successful unions than the others. 15 overs gone, it's 68 without loss, and the Lions are pretty much halfway to their total. They need 69 more runs to win, and they've got 19 overs left in which to do it. Yakile is going to continue. Her first over went for 7 runs. Bowling to Tasman Brits. Cow Corners going out to the boundary. Long on, long off, and a deep extra cover in place. Nicely flighted and just the single to long off.
And you can see the intent, you can see the batters that are batting now, they're looking not to get out, they just want to dominate and make sure that they win this game with 10 wickets. You haven't really seen.
Nicely heaved away over wide mid-on. Brits is coming back for the second. Tibet was a little slow to turn. Tried to the keeper's end. Good thinking by Yakile, but Tibet has made it home in a very good call by Tasman Brits running to the danger end.
Great running there from the ladies from Gauteng. That's the intent we're talking about. Also testing the arm there from the fielder, going for it. That's the kind of intensity we're looking for. But all goes with experience. You can see they're both Proteas that are in the middle. There's a very experienced ladies there that are batting there in the middle.
Yakile does well again. I think it's going to be 27 overs that the Lions need to chase down this target in order to get a bonus point. So that's 11 and a half overs from here to get 66 runs. They'll have to go some to get that, as Tibet just adds another single to the score. But as they get closer, and if Brit stays in, that could well come into play. The Lions, of course, need every point they can get. 14 points off the Dolphins at the top of the log with a game in hand, though. But bonus points will be very welcome for them. Down the wicket, Brits reaches on the full. Just got it past the wide man on. She would have been really filthy with herself if she'd been caught there.
The only thing that I'll do on my side, I would think as a coach, probably is like you just have to just bet your time and not think of the bonus point. You know what the bonus points does to batsmen when they start thinking about bonus points, they start losing wickets. I think the way that they're going, I think they'll definitely get the bonus point and find out those one loose balls where you can hit it for the boundary. But having the way that they're betting and then the responsibility that they're taking, that they're not giving responsibility to anyone else, that they're taking responsibility on their own.
Yeah, it's been a very good opening stand indeed. It's worth 73 now, 16 overs gone. And I agree, I think the bonus point is something you maybe think about when there's 30 to get or 20 to get or something like that, you know, when you are a little bit closer to the target. 64 more runs needed for victory for the Lions, but they're well in control here. Tibet is on 33 not out and Brits on 35 not out. Yolandi Potgieter is going to bowl her third over from the quarter drive in. She's gone quite well in her two previous overs, just 7 runs off them.
Very impressed with the bowling of the Knights, or with their seamers.
Aggressive again by Brits, walking down the wicket, hitting it powerfully down the ground, but Potgieter equal to the task.
Brits showing some dominance there. You can see there's presence there on the pitch, and that's what your professionals do, your international players do. They show a bit of presence and intimidation in the wicket. You can feel the presence that, yeah, I'm in charge here, I'm taking this score.
It is such a big factor, that body language, all those sorts of things. But so far, Potgieter is doing well. She's standing her ground. Another dot ball.
And that goes with experience. The more you show that kind of presence, it's like the more games you play, that's when you'll start showing those characteristics. And
the slog sweep comes out, but the cow corner is well situated. Just a single for Tasman Brits. Yolandi Potgieter, of course, very experienced. Played 23 games for South Africa across the 2 formats. And has been around for more than a dozen seasons at domestic level.
And you see this wicket that you're playing in here, it's not a wicket where you can just come in and just blow a team off. I think it takes a lot of discipline with the wicket. As I saw in the middle, it's a bit of a flatter wicket of things. You're not just going to roll the team over. It's going to take you discipline, and discipline is how the Lions did it. They built a lot of dot balls, created the pressure. And when the batsmen felt the pressure, they started playing careless shots, and then that's when the Lions got their wickets.
So 17 overs gone, 74 without loss. Time for a drinks break. Do join us back at the Wanderers in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers. The jinx break is a thing of the past. And the DP World Lions, you see, they're 74 without loss after 17 overs. Tasman Brits and Nonkululeko Tabete going very well and needing just 63 more runs to win. That's after a very good bowling performance by the Lions, restricted the Knights to 134 for 6 in a rain-interrupted innings. And Evodia Yakile is going to continue bowling. She's now switching to around the wicket to Tasman Brits. Who's down the wicket and slogging, really, is the only way to put it. She'll get 1 run to cow corner.
I wonder what message was relayed there by the coaches, what they have to do. With the first ball just going in there and just swinging. But we'll see.
Well, it's tempting slow spin, isn't it, from Yakile? I think an aggressive batter like Tasman Brits, she is going to come after her. Whereas Tabete is, that's her game. She's just happy to push it nicely down the ground for 1.
Batting very well as a partnership was on 76 runs now.
Sweep comes out. Oh, try to get it fine. Nearly. But Nzuza does the fielding. They're a nice combination as an opening pair, aren't they, Aya?
Yeah. Very. There's an aggressive one and there's a one who just anchors the innings.
Stumped! Oh no, the wicketkeeper really has missed it. Oh, what a chance that was for the big breakthrough. Poor Evodia Yakile. You see, the temptation was there, and that's what she was waiting for Brits to run past one, and unfortunately, really couldn't complete the stumping. I think it was quite tough because I think Brits' body would have been in the way a little bit as the ball was coming through. But what a chance to go begging.
Brits even coming to waste time, man. She just wants to finish this. After those are the 2 shots that she's played, she hasn't played any of those shots while she was batting. I remember what message they told her in the changing room. Maybe said one of them should just go for it and the other one just anchor the innings till the end. I think the way that they were going, I think they should just stick to it, and then the moment they get closer to that bonus point, that's when they start. She nearly just lost a wicket now with that shot just going down the wicket. It's something that's not needed. So I think the 2 batters that are in now should just take the responsibility and just take it all the way and try to win this game 10 wickets down. And finally, you probably get that bonus point when you've got probably 4 or 3 overs where you can assess and look at it and chase for it.
Yeah, it's not as if they're going slowly. They're going at 4.3 runs per over. As Potgieter will continue to bowl her 4th over. She's conceded just 8 runs in her 3 overs, so good job by the experienced player from the quarter drive end. Brett's walking again. Hits it hard down to long on for 1.
Potgieter, very experienced cricketer. You can see some balls plays around with it. Very consistent, very calm, doesn't rush herself. So I think he's not the bowler to take.
It was there for the drive, but Tabete can't pierce the cover field. Worked all sorts of singles. Zuza quickly onto it. I don't think she's the fielder to take on really for a quick single. So we are 9 deliveries away from this being a match. And with the news that the match up the road at Supersport Park between the Titans and the Badgers has been rained out, it's been abandoned. Off the edge, 3rd man comes into play, just a single. Just 9 balls to go here before we have a game. I think the Lions will be very happy that they should be able to get a result out of this game when up the road the Titans really need a win. They've been forced to share the points. And the Lions are well ahead on the DLS par. The DLS par at the moment is 58. And they're on 79 already.
Yolandi, she's been playing very well. I think now she has to just close off her over. She can just not get a boundary on this over. I think that will be an over well bowled.
Oh, down there, she's going to have to bowl that one again. But taking the pace off has really worked for the Knights. They've managed to slow Tasman Brits down substantially. She was going at a run a ball. She's now 39 or 55 balls. Potgieter just not giving her much pace to work with. She's lost her shape a little bit there, Brits, but she's going to get 1, maybe 2. Yeah, they'll come back for the second.
That's good running there from the Lions ladies.
So 19 overs gone, 82 without loss.
So now they need 55 runs to win of 90 balls. I think you just still carry on batting. I think I won't change my approach to the game. As I say, at the moment I see maybe in the last 4 overs, then that's when I'll change my approach. Okay, where are we standing with the bonus point? I think that's the most important thing. So now for you to get a new batter in, it's gonna still have to find yourself in and just also hit some balls. And the 2 that are in, they should just take it all the way. That's the most important thing. And that's a message I would convey to them when I was...
Oh, that was extravagantly flattered by Yakila. And Tibete doesn't get too excited, just waits for it and pushes it down to long on for the single. Worked away by Brits through. Are they going to? She's coming back for the second throw to the bowler's end. Oh, well run by Nkululeko Tibete. She gets home for the second.
You can definitely feel the change of energies now that the Lions are batting. There's a bit of intent and good energies between the wickets. And the one thing that the Knights have felt the way just chilled. Maybe the
meets it on the 4. She's launched it away. Long on's got some work to do. She can't get across and save it. And Tasman Brits will be pleased to be back amongst the boundaries. Watch the replay now. Getting down, meeting it on the full and just swatting it. Picked her gap well and beats long on. Down she comes again, but the white banon will stop that one.
As we spoke about intent, I think Tasman and Tabet something that they have good.
Beats it on the full, and this time the sweep shot, and that's going to be the second boundary of the over for Tasman Brits. And it's also going to take her to her half century of 60 deliveries, and she's certainly making her presence felt at the top of the order.
Beautiful. Good batting there from Tasman Brits. Good partnership now. It takes her to 93.
And out. Well, just a little bit over enthusiastic there, Tasman Brits, and Evodia Yakila does get her wicket in the end. Just playing over that one, really, Tasman Brits. Look at delivery from Yakila, nice and straight and full, and it snuck under the batters, but it's played across it a bit, trying to access the onside.
I think she played a bit across the line there. I think she just could have played it straight. That's Kefti.
So 20 overs gone. It's 93 for 1. And Odwa Bata is going to join I am yours.
Hello again, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Aya, what are you making of this game so far? With the duration of being 20 overs in, now we actually officially have a game on our hand, with the DP World Lions being way ahead of the Duckworth Lewis required par score.
I think it's looking good there for the Lions, the ladies of Lions. I think you can see with the energies on the field, you can see it's not a lot of talking of the ladies from Bloemfontein. It looks like they've already just thrown the towel. But you never know with this game, each and every ball is an event. And the most important thing is energies and even if you're not bowling and you're fielding are very important, because two balls can change a game. You never know what can happen.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
very impressed with the energies, the intent that the Lions came in when they came into bed. They were looking to score runs and playing positive cricket. That's a cricket that you need to instill in your team.
I mean, looking at the situation right now, just a case in point, there's a change of bowling from the Collier drive in, with Mian Smith coming in for her first over of spin. And with that ease, Tabete just strokes it down into that mid-wicket region for a single, and that brings Madison Ludman on strike for her first ball of this chase. 94 for 1, and requiring 43 runs to win from the next 83 deliveries. A shortish length delivery, and just punched. It's just stroked nicely into that cover point region. And look at that, misfield and brings back 3 runs. Oh, she looks a bit hurt out there.
There's a bit of an injury there. Are they gonna count 3 runs or 2 runs there?
They've taken 3, they've completed the third, and that brings them to 3 runs off that single delivery. But she looks okay. Up on her feet again and just walking about a little bit. Might have just been a slight bit of strain. But she's back up on her feet, which is a good
It looks
thing.
like Isel Celius there. We just got a little bit of...
Would be a very awkward situation to lose your captain trying to defend these runs. It's given not out on that shout. And a much needed thing for the Knights is that they keep that down to no run at all, because there might have been an opportunity for a single there.
shot.
Oh, it's a brilliant shot. It's just well stroked into that mid-off region, but it was successfully stopped and keeps it down to 1 run. Landman is now 3 runs from her first delivery. She's now back on strike to face. The Tabete is currently sitting on 38 from 62. She's very comfortable in playing the role of rotating strike. Shot. It's also a shortish length delivery from Mian Smith, and Madison just tucks it away into the leg side, into that deep square leg region, and it's a single to her name again.
Good batting there from Tabete. I think the role that she's playing of an anchor, that you can see she wants to take it all the way deep.
Excellent bowling on that last delivery, which ends the 21st over. And DP World Lions are now 99 for 1 after 21 overs of the allotted 34. Still requiring a further 38 runs for victory here, and 78 balls remaining, but still well ahead of that Duckworth Lewis par score. It's actually a really good position to be in. They started off very well in the start of this innings.
We said we're looking at a bonus point at which
Might be in and around that region of 27, 28 overs.
If they're betting like this, I think that they can easily get into that bonus point, and they should just keep on going and just better make sure they're not losing a lot of wickets. Just keep on rotating the strike and finding that 1-1 bad ball, hitting it for 4.
a good ball. It's a good ball again there from Yevodi Yekile. She really has started well, but she's leaked a couple of runs out there against Tasman Brits up front, and we know how powerful she is against spin. But it really has been a good comeback after that wicket. A dead one that accord with the batter Madison not being ready. But we're into the 22nd now. It's kind of looking like they really want to push on to try and chase that bonus point.
Yekile, very experienced bowler, also played for Northwest, the Dragon side, ladies side.
It's another firm push into that vacant area just around about that cover point region. And it's a simple single. Again, it's been so much more intent running between the wickets from the DP World lines as opposed to the first innings when the Knights were batting.
Definitely. Shot.
Excellent shot. Excellent shot there from Tavete. I mean, she just stood back a little bit. She washed the length. It was a shortish ball delivery, just leg side of the wicket, and she punishes it into that space between the short, fine leg fielder and the square leg fielder, and goes all the way to the fence for 4, which brings her now into her 40s, leading up to her 50 coming up. She's looked really good in this innings, and she's held this chase down together.
In this wicket, the moment you miss your length, I think there's rain's also coming again. Rain is coming back again.
It's an excellent shot down the ground again. Just a nice simple stroke into that, all the way through to long on the onside. And taking a single, Tabeta is just looking to just balance out the strike as the rain is falling down. We're looking at watching the umpires trying to decide if we're going to continue here or go off. With the ground staff readying the covers to just come onto the field, but we might just have another over in quickly here. End of the 22nd, DP World Lions 105 for 1 after 22 overs, and with that they are going off as the rain is getting more and more heavier. In this moment in time, the double Lewis pass score being 77, and the Lions sitting on 105. Tasman Brits with 51 of 61. Tavete with 43 from 66 not out. Landsman just coming in with 5 from 5. Yegile has got the single wicket in this inning so far with 1 for 32 in her 5 overs. Should the game not continue at this point, the Lions will win, definitely, being that they are so ahead of the required runs under DLS par.
Yeah, and it's not the day of cricket that you're always expecting, but you never know. You control the controllables, and what you cannot control, you cannot control. Now it's tough to keep on going in and coming out, but sometimes in cricket that happens. And I think the Lions today, they've been on the upper side of things. I think they've dominated from the bowling side and also from the batting side. Tough day for the girls from Bloemfontein. Hope they learn from this experience, and then they should keep on going.
With the rain falling harder and harder at this point, the DP World Lions women are 28 runs ahead of the required rate as we enter the rain delay. And again, should the game not continue from this point onwards, then the DP World Lions women will win by the 28-run margin of difference. Join us in a bit again when we have more updates for you about the remainder of this match. As right now we take a short break as the rain keeps falling at Wanderers Park. If you're just joining us, welcome back again. The game has been officially called off between the DP World Lions women and Free State Knights women. And at this point, the decision has been taken by the umpires due to the wet outfield and the consistent rain. The DP World Lions win this match by 28 runs under Duckworth Lewis. Anything to add on your side in today's game?
And well done to the Lions. I think they've played better cricket with the bat, with the ball. Also the intensities in the field. So I think they've dominated all three skills of the game, and they deserve to win. Unlucky to the women from Bloemfontein. Hope they come back stronger tomorrow, and I hope they learn from today and come back strong tomorrow morning in the T20. Thank you very much from everyone who's been watching and listening to us.
It's been excellent. It's really been a splendid game, and this brings us to the end of our match today. It really has been a fantastic game with the Lions coming up trumps under the certain situation that they've been playing at. We have had the pleasure of giving you this spectacle today with the DP World Lions women winning by 28 runs via the Duckworth Lewis Stern. Thank you, and join us tomorrow for the T20.
One with a bonus point.
Oh, just to add on to that win, the bonus point has been confirmed that the Lions win with a bonus point and correction by 32 runs. Join us again tomorrow for the T20 as these two teams go head-to-head again for the T20 in the Women's Pro Series and the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. We'll see you soon. Have a good day.